Hello, testing 1 2.
Test 1 2, check. Okay, we might have to turn it up just a tiny bit, but we'll see. You know, the bad thing is when I go into a bathroom and I forget that I have a microphone on, is really bad. Okay, I'm in the bathroom. This isn't on, right? Nobody can hear me? I'm totally kidding. Totally kidding. Okay, let's do a quick test on this 1 2. And yeah, say again.
Yes.
What crashed?
I don't know exactly. I just want to make sure I don't. I just
Folder.
was testing the sound and then all of a sudden that came out.
Is it still up?
Check down here. Yeah, no, it's not up then.
Okay, let's go ahead and redo it.
Crash.
Yeah, go ahead and redo it. Okay, and
I can pull it up.
go for it. And let me just make sure everything is going. And I'm going to do a quick check to see if I can see it streaming.
Want to advertise the one year.
Not right now. You can leave one out there just in case I need it. And I'm gonna.
I didn't know if you wanted to.
I gotta. I'm still trying to work on my presentation. Okay. It's going. Okay, so I've got this streaming okay. And I think we're good. Let's have everybody mute their cell phones if you haven't yet. And I'm going to mute mine. Everybody muted? Okay, awesome. Good deal. And let's go ahead and lock the front door and maybe even lock, well, we're going to lock you guys in. Okay, let's see. Let's get this started. Thought I heard a wife joke earlier or something like that. Was somebody telling some wife joke or something? I haven't heard a blonde joke in a long time.
It's a good one.
Yeah, and you're blonde. You can tell me it.
Do you know why the blonde jokes are all short and simple and real easy to understand?
Why is that?
That's the only possible way that men can get them.
Okay, so okay, it's a good one. I didn't get it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So
You ever see these signs that say slow children? They put the sign right in front of your house.
yeah,
A slow child lives here.
or that you know you see those road signs that say "I see" and you go, "Oh, I see why," right? Yeah, it's a good one, huh? Yeah, it's I'm pretty smart, and I got to tell you, I really thought before I got married that that I was somebody, you know, like I was sitting there thinking I'm really somebody, and then I got married. And I found out I really am somebody. My wife always says, it goes, somebody didn't pick up their socks, somebody didn't do their dishes, and everything like that. You know, it's like, yeah, I've got that one down. Okay, so are we on Zoom? Okay, just if we can do a sound, have them tell us. It's going to be a little bit off. Is it off everywhere?
Mouth and words are off.
Okay, just let them know that's what it's going to be, and then I'll have to fix it in editing.
Okay, cool.
Do we want to do a quick? Can they hear us? Check. Everything's good. Awesome. Okay, let's do a mic check on the big mic as well. So test 1 2. Check check check. Actually, somebody else do it because I got a mic on me.
Hello.
Okay, you might have to bring a big mic.
Is this picking? My name is Mike. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Big mic.
Well,
You are Big Mike.
I'm so decidedly happy you noticed that.
Thank you. Yeah, say hi, hello, somebody.
Hi.
You know, there's a whole bunch of people listening to you online right now,
Okay,
right?
well, good. We'll start with the dad joke of the day.
Okay, dad joke of the day.
Do you know what goosebumps are for?
No.
They keep the geese from speeding.
Okay, let's take that away from you. Okay, how's we got good on both sounds? Okay, so I am a BYU grad, just to let you know. And are you really? Okay, and then there's the U of U. Now I like both of them. I just got to let you know because I worked with both while I was doing entrepreneur stuff for the state of Utah. Ended up learning to love U of U. Let me grab this phone real quick. But what was interesting is I heard this little story and it was pretty fun. And it was about a guy who walked into a little cafe and he had all his BYU garb on, his BYU hat, his BYU Y on his shirt, the big blue shirt and everything else. And he sat down next to this guy that had all red on and a big U of U cap and everything else. And he was gigantic. And he goes, "You're U of U?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Let me tell you the funniest joke I heard about the U of U." And the guy goes like this. He goes, "You'd better not be talking about my school badly because if I hear something bad, I on the football team, I have 320 pounds and I squash you. And the guy next to you on the other side, he on football team with me and he 350 pounds. If you don't like it, he squash you with me. We squash you together." And then he goes, "And the guy next to me right here, he 370 pounds. He squashed you bigger than all of us combined. You want to tell your joke?" And he goes, "Forget it. I don't have to explain it 3 times." So anyways, sorry if anybody's a U of U out there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm repenting right now. Repenting quickly. Okay, we are going to get started. Where are we at? You know, I've been working on this PowerPoint since probably, I don't know, early this morning, and I just barely finished it a few minutes ago. So if anything's out of order, I'm sorry. I did the best I could, and we'll have some fun tonight. So this is one of the most important things we can learn. And before we get started on this, I'm going to set some ground rules ahead of time. We got probably about 200 slides to get through tonight. Okay, so I'm going to be doing the majority of talking. Now, every now and then, I'm going to ask you guys to contribute. So contribute, because people online want to hear you as well. Every now and then, if you have a burning question, go ahead and ask me if you think it's something that contributes to the discussion we're doing. And sometimes I'll even ask you, do you have any questions? And then feel free to ask questions. Let's see, if Mitzi, I might pull you up sometime, depending on what we're doing and how the time goes. And we'll just go from there. The people online, just to let you know, we're filming for our $997 course. If you're familiar with that, what we do is that's how we measure that we helped a family out. So we sell it for $997 because that hurts. And right now we're getting about 97% of the people who are buying it actually finishing the course, which is amazing because that's unheard of in the industry. And part of the reason for that is because if you finish it within 90 days, like most people do, they get it done most of the time within 30 days. We send out $1,000 worth of preparedness supplies and they get all their money back. And so that's our way of motivating people with a big price tag and motivating them to finish it because they get all their money back. And every time that happens, we get check off, we helped one more family. So this course that we're recording tonight is part of that. It's me re-recording the course that I did 8 years ago. And every single year I put in thousands and thousands of hours of learning, testing, mistakes, and everything else. So I'm trying to update that information so everybody out there can get the latest of what I know as much as I can portray it to you guys. So I'm going to try to do the best I can tonight. If a couple of you can say some little prayers for me, that would be awesome. Could use it tonight. Been going nonstop, and it would be just great to have a little bit of positive energy to keep going. So anyway, with that in mind, a lot of you online will not be able to see the screen because we need to edit the screen back in later. But all of you that are part of the Thrivalist course are going to be able to go on and see all this stuff later on and see all the details. Plus, you'll have the big workbook. If I'm going to go over here to the workbook and grab it, and that's my sign for the guy who is running, Kyle, who's running the camera, to know that I was about to go over there. Did I do okay, Kyle? Was that good? Okay, I'm working on it. Anyways, this book right here is the workbook that goes along with the Thrivalist Master Course. And as you know, the Thrivalist Master Course has all these videos on there. It has supporting videos, has all these downloads. It has all these, so many things in it. Then it also has discounts to save thousands of dollars on products. I mean, you guys are members. A lot of you guys are members, so you guys know what I'm talking about. This book right here, if you noticed, has almost doubled in size from last year. I started about a year ago to revise it. It took me almost exactly a year, probably a little bit over a year just to revise it. Still some typos in there. Sorry, I had to get it out, but we have some people going through it right now and fixing the typos for me, so that should be hopefully done in the next month or so. So that's what we're going to be going over. But tonight, I should probably just get started. Is there any questions or thoughts before I get started? Anything at all from you guys or online before I get started? I'll wait for a minute because he might see something. Okay, everybody turn off their cell phones. Make sure that's quiet. And just another thing is I'm super ADD. Okay, like it's really hard for me. I had somebody moving yesterday and I lost my train of thought. So if you guys can just help me not move too much, like my brain goes right to movements and then I lose my train of thought. So that would be awesome if you guys can help me with that tonight. Okay. We are on Thrivalist step number 4. We just finished Thrivalist step number 3 yesterday where we talked about emergency water. Thrivalist 3 and 4 are the kind of the kingpins of long-term emergency preparedness. That's how important they are. And so we're going to spend quite a bit of time today on Thrivalist step number 4, and I'm super excited. But before we get started, I'm going to go through a little story, and I don't know if we have any good readers here. Does anybody good with their voice? Can you do something? Awesome. So let me grab this. This is a story that is called Week Number 9, and I'm going to have you read this little story out for everybody to hear, and just go ahead and read it out loud.
None of us saw the catastrophe coming, and if we did see it coming,
A little closer.
none of us imagined it would be so big that it would knock out utilities and transportation for this long. When the earthquake hit, there was a rush on food at the local supermarket. I thought people were a little crazy and overboard, but just in case, we filled up the sinks and tubs with as much water as we could before the water stopped flowing. I gotta admit, the first couple of days were a little exciting. We pulled anything and everything out of the fridge and freezer we thought might spoil, packed it in coolers with as much ice as we could find, and got together with some of our relatives and a few neighbors to barbecue our food and talk. It wasn't until around day 3 that it finally hit us, that the power might be out for a lot longer than we thought, and that the government relief efforts weren't sufficient for the amount of damage that took place. But we still had plenty of food in the cupboards to last several weeks, so I wasn't too concerned. That is, until week number 5, when I no longer believed those who rushed to the supermarket that first day were as crazy as I thought. That's when we began eating whatever we could find, even seasonings, condiments, or animals we could catch in the surrounding hills. It's sad how fragile the food supply system can be near a big city. I guess we never stopped to think that almost all our food is trucked in from somewhere else, and when demand exceeds supply and it's gone, it's gone. It's funny, well, I guess really not that funny, how much you value important things when you no longer have them. What I would give to walk into a restaurant like I could 9 weeks ago and order a warm meal, a fresh salad, or a cold drink.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So with that story in mind, I mean, did it hit anybody in any way? I mean, I've talked to a few people about this story, and they said, you know, we went through a catastrophe, and you're exactly right. We had barbecues going the first day, everything else. People were banding together and helping each other, and everybody was great until the food started running out. But what ideas or thoughts went through your guys' minds when you went through this story about week number 9? Anything went through your mind? Go ahead.
Utah is in as large an earthquake zone
A little closer
as
to
excuse me. Utah is in as large an earthquake zone as Southern California, with every bit as high a risk that goes from the southern border of the state to the northern.
Absolutely. And what's even worse than probably Utah and California is Oregon, Washington, and a lot of people don't know that.
Oh, Cascade Falls.
Yeah, Cascadia, and then New Madrid is another one. New York, a whole bunch of them. Go ahead.
I was just talking to a neighbor of mine who's in the food industry, and they have a name for what they do. It's called just in time.
Mm-hmm.
They bring in the food just in time.
Yep.
So it arrives just in time for you to buy it, and that's it.
Absolutely.
We saw that during COVID when the shelves emptied because just in time didn't work.
Yep. As an entrepreneur, that's a big thing. When I got my MBA and everything else, they talked about just-in-time inventory to be able to maximize profits and everything else. And that used to not be the case. If you went back about 30 years ago, everybody stocked up everything, right? And it's just really changed a lot since then. So with this question up here where I ask, why is emergency food so important? What other ideas come to your mind? Like, why are we focusing so much on emergency water and emergency food? What comes to your mind?
Because as we just saw with Hurricane Helene, anything can happen to any of us at any time. No one's immune from
Yeah.
a disaster.
Absolutely.
A hurricane that far inland, who would have thought?
Yeah, that still is scratching my heads. I mean, my heads, I got 2 heads. Well, I got 1 head, but I'm scratching my head because usually a hurricane dies out. I mean, you get the little tail end of it about 100 miles in. So there's a lot of conspiracy theories on that one, right? Okay, so who else had a thought about emergency food?
Well, when people don't have anything to eat, their temperament changes
Yeah,
and it gets a little scary because if they know you have food, then you're a target.
oh, absolutely. And the thing about it is you think you know your neighbor, but you don't. The truth is, until your neighbor's kids are hungry, okay, and they're watching their own kids die, you don't know what they're going to do. right? Until things get desperate enough. The person you think would attack you or the bad person is usually sometimes the good person and vice versa. So you just don't know. So good point. Okay, so let's go through a couple of these right here. And I just put a couple slides up. Venezuela, 2016. I don't know if you guys have watched or kept up with Venezuela in 2016, but they went through 800% inflation in 2016. Now they've gone since then probably over 50 million, but cumulatively. But when you look at this right here, I went through 30,000% inflation in Brazil, and people got a little bit crazy then. Take a look at that little headline, okay? This is USA Today. Isn't that crazy? Okay. Now, if you do not think our country is going to be going through inflation, if you do not think our dollar is in trouble, you got to think twice. Because if you look at anything economically, if you look at the BRICS nations, if you look at the credit score for the United States, if you look at all the possible dangers for the US dollar, there are a lot. There are a lot of them. And the rest of the countries in the world, they don't care about us. Okay. The bigger we are, the harder we fall, right? And so, and then also Brazil, like I talked about, where the inflation was just so great and so wild that they kept having to add zero upon zero upon zero to the currency. And then who remembers the big freeze in Texas and also 2020, the food lines, right? I mean, just like you were talking about, the supply chain was gone. Just empty shelves all over the place. So anyways, with emergency food, where we're going to be going through all the different details about emergency food to be able to get you guys prepared the right way, we're going to talk about short-term food storage. That's where we're going to start, because that's the easiest thing to start with. We're going to talk about long-term food storage. We're going to talk about food replenishment, food preservation, and food preparation. Okay, you need to be able to do all those, and once you have everything in place, you want to be able to practice your plans to some degree so you can gain some confidence, right, and not wait until an emergency actually happens. So remember, I want to encourage all of you here while you're watching me listening to this video tonight and going through all this information, that some of you are really hard on yourselves. You say, man, I can't get 3 months worth of this food, or I can't get a year's worth of long-term food storage, whatever it is. Just remember, some preparation is better than no preparation. If you do something today, okay, it's better than you were yesterday. Does that make sense? So I'm going to encourage you guys with the water section we just did, the food section, don't be hard on yourself. Just do something better, okay? If you can't do it or can't afford it, all that stuff, find somebody to help you. You always have friends, relatives, you always have resources if you dig deep enough. So is that fair? Okay, let's go forward with that. Let's get started with Thrivalist step number 4, where we're going to be talking about food preparedness, and we're going to start with short-term food storage. Super, super easy. Now, let me ask you this. What's the difference? What is the big difference between short-term food storage and long-term food storage? Put that in your brain real quick, because I'm going to go a little deeper into that. Okay, don't answer me yet. Short-term food storage, long-term food storage. Okay, when you think about that, short-term food storage is what you're going to use right when an emergency happens. So here's the big question. Think about your home. How long do you think, or how long do you believe that your family could survive comfortably with exactly what's inside your pantry, inside your refrigerator, inside your freezer, and only that if public utilities went out, transportation went out, and all of the stores went completely bare? What do you think you can do? Now, this is interesting because in Utah, I get bigger answers than when I teach in other places like California or whatever else. A lot of people have smaller homes. They might have a week's worth of food, and a lot of people eat out in New York and everything else. But how long would you guys say, on average? Just give me some numbers. How long do you think you can survive?
2 weeks.
Okay, so 2 weeks is one. What else?
2 months.
2 months. That's pretty good. That's amazing.
What about outside the refrigerator?
Pantry's fine. Cupboard's fine.
2 years.
2 years. Wow, you have that much short-term food storage. I'm not talking long-term.
Oh, total. Excuse me,
Total. So I'm talking about just stuff in your pantry,
Oh,
cupboards,
2 months.
refrigerator. Okay, 2 months. Awesome. Okay, that's what your short-term food storage is. Now, the funny thing is this. I speak to a lot of groups. And it's funny because if I speak just to the guys, okay, and this is no offense because I'm a guy, okay? I've been a guy all my life for some reason, okay? When I talk just to the guys and I say, how much food do you have? I get, oh, 1 year, 2 year, all this stuff. And it's interesting. I talk to their wives and they say, oh, 2 weeks and 2 months and everything like that. And I'm convinced that what it is guys like us, okay, we can relate, are show-offs. I mean, we're just natural show-offs. So we tend to overestimate how good we're doing and and underestimate how bad things are. But women, on the flip side, women tend to overestimate how bad things are and underestimate how prepared they are. And it happens almost every time, just to let you know. If you look at our advertising right now online, what percentage do you think is women over men? Okay, these are stats. This is not us. Ask women being prepared or getting prepared over men. That's pretty close, actually. 90%. You got it. Okay. 9 out of 10 women are actually getting prepared. 1 out of 10 guys. And what's amazing here is how many guys are here. This is awesome, because I can't tell you how many times I see women and men walk into our store, and this is what's happening. Okay. The woman is trying to get prepared, trying to get everything in place, and she's in there and she goes, well, maybe we should do this. And she's a little bit nervous, and I can see it. And the guy's going, I got to take a phone call. I'm sorry. And he walks out or something like that. And she's feeling like, really, I'm trying to get our family prepared. And the guy really doesn't care. But when you watch women and men doing this together, it's just magical for me. It's just awesome. Okay, so congratulations to you guys, all you guys that are here. You guys rock. Okay, high five. And all of you online too, high five. And in fact, I'm going to encourage everybody online to make sure you try to bring your family into all this preparedness learning. Start with the 5-day preparedness challenge if you need to. Go to the VIP so it gets them a little bit more comfortable. And then get into the meat where what we're doing here with the Thrivalist course. So let's go back to short-term food storage. Who'd like to read this little excerpt on short-term food storage up here? Okay, any other readers? Awesome. Let me pass. Can you pass that back for me? And Mitzi, could I have you help me with the mic, if you don't mind? Okay.
Short-term food storage. The food you eat first during an emergency in the short term, because it's the food in your pantry, refrigerator, or freezer, you are going to eat anyway. These foods usually come from a local supermarket, and they are a part of your regular daily eating habits. It's also called short-term food storage because much of that food only has a short-term shelf life from a few weeks to a few years before they need to be eaten.
Awesome. So in the preparedness industry, it's kind of funny talking to all these different people. Actually, can I leave that with you? And then what's interesting is when I talk to people who are getting prepared for an earthquake or hurricane or whatever else, I ask them, okay, tell me about your emergency food. And they say, well, we're all prepared. We bought this bucket of Mylar pouches that have all these pre-made meals. It's going to last 25 years on a shelf. Not really, but they think it's going to. And what happens is they say, okay, as soon as the earthquake hits or the hurricane hits, we're going to pull that food out and eat it, and we're going to be good. And I'm like, are you really? Seriously? Like, it doesn't make any logical sense, right? But that's what everybody thinks. Okay, long-term food storage is very different than short-term food storage. When a catastrophe hits, you always go to what you're most comfortable with. Does that make sense? If you have a can of chili and you love your can of chili, that's what you're going to go for, right? Okay, if you have your tuna fish, your peanut butter jelly, your sandwiches, your bread in the fridge, whatever you have, you're going to go for that stuff first. So if that's the case for emergencies, shouldn't we take it a little bit more seriously, right? It's the food you eat for the first 1 to 3 months of any big disaster. So shouldn't you have that food stocked up at all times? And I'm going to show you how to do that in this course. It's the easiest preparedness step that we're going to be able to do in all of the food storage section that we're going to be talking about today, because you're already doing it. You're already going to the store. You just need to be able to systemize it, and you need to be able to buy more of it to be able to last for 1 to 3 months or whatever you're going to decide to do. So let me show you how to start organizing and building your short-term food storage, and I'm going to show you that in the next video. Okay. In this video right here, we're going to be listing out our day-to-day foods. And these are foods that you enjoy, foods that you love. These are foods that you normally would eat. I'm going to show you what I did when I got started about 14, 15 years ago, and I'm going to tell you that it was completely wrong, okay? What I did is I ended up thinking, okay, well, I've got to get all this food for emergencies, and I didn't know about long-term food storage very well at the time. I didn't have my company at the time, and I hadn't made all the dumb mistakes I'd made by that point. And so I went to every store I could find and looked at every case lot sale, and anything that was being sold in cans, I just literally bought hundreds of them. And I just had all these cans of stuff, and I didn't care if it was green. I'm like, great, awesome, get it. If it was yellow, oh, it's awesome, that's good too. Red, it didn't matter what it was, cans and cans and cans. And then I filled up my closets. I filled up in my garage. I filled just stuff everywhere. And you can see this picture right here of one of my closets. Now that closet goes around the corner. Okay, it was like it went under the stairs and around the stairs, and that thing's filled up. Okay, there was a lot of food in there. Now, one of the biggest mistakes I made is I ended up buying collard greens. And I thought, okay, collard greens must be healthy for you, spinach, collard greens, and everything else. So I thought, let's do it. Now I see a head shaking, right? That's exactly what happened. Because years later, when I went to this big closet and I started clearing things out, I'm like, oh my goodness, I got to start eating this stuff before it goes bad. I didn't understand shelf lives can last a little longer. But I'm thinking, it's a year past the shelf life. And oh my goodness, what am I going to do? I got to start eating this stuff. And so I opened up my first can of collard greens. You see the silence, right? Okay, I do like collard greens in other ways, but canned collard greens? Oh my goodness, one of the most disgusting things I've ever tried in my life. And so what was interesting is that I learned 2 gigantic lessons from that, okay? Number one, if you don't buy foods you absolutely love, okay, and you buy a lot of these cans and boxes and whatever else of short-term food, if you don't buy what you love, it's going to be there for decades sometimes. Okay, years and decades, and you're going to end up throwing it away and wasting a ton of money. So buy foods that you love. The second big lesson I learned is that I hate canned collard greens. I mean, I don't know how to put it any other way. I ended up talking to my friend Abe after I had literally about 100 collard green cans, and I tried to boil them, cook them, fry them, eat them with mustard, eat them with ketchup, eat them with salt, pepper, sugar, anything I could to be able to use those and not throw them away. I couldn't find a way to do it. So I was talking to my friend Abe, and he lives in Florida, and he goes, collard greens? And I go, yeah. Like, you hate them too, right? No, he goes, I love them. And I go, you love them? Seriously? I didn't think anyone loved them. And he goes, no, absolutely, love them. And I go, seriously? And he goes, do you want them? And he goes, oh boy, I would love to have them. And I just gave him all these cans of collard greens. And I thought, oh my goodness, he's probably lying to me, or he's trying to be really kind, or trying to help me, or trying to give it to a food pantry or something. He actually really loved them. I didn't know that. I think it might be a thing from the South. I'm not sure. Is it a thing from the South? Okay, good.
They serve them at restaurants.
Why would they do that?
No.
Okay, so just to let you know, I actually wrote, for this class, I have a poem based on Sam I Am about collard greens. Would you be able to read this to me?
Sure.
Go ahead. Read it out loud.
I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. Not with pepper, salt, or spice. Collard greens just won't suffice. No, I do not like them in my stew. No, I do not want them. Ew! Not fried or boiled or steamed in a pot. Collard greens I'd rather not. I'd pass them up both near and far. No collard greens in this food jar, so save them for another plate. For me, collard greens are just not great.
Thank you. Anyways, that's how much I love collard greens. Okay? So anyways, this one I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through this. These are the things you should do. Which foods do you love to eat every day? Which foods do you love to eat every day, day to day? What do you normally eat for breakfast, lunch, or dinner? What's typically eaten from your cupboards and pantry? What's in your refrigerator or your freezer? Which of your foods are shelf-stable without refrigeration that would be good for an emergency? And you might want to not only look through your cupboards and everything else, but one of the things I did is I actually walked through Costco, Sam's Club type places, supermarkets, and I just went through and I said, I wonder if there's any foods I should be buying that I really love. And I found a few of those, and we're actually using them now in my short-term food storage. So I'm going to encourage you guys to actually find foods you absolutely love. I'm going to give you a big list up here, and those of you watching the video right now, I want you to take this list, pause the video, whatever you need to do, but come up with 30 items, okay? 30 items that you would love to have as a short-term food. It doesn't have to be on this list. It can be anything you want to walk through your house. But before you get to the next video, I want you to take care of that. And then we're going to go ahead and pause now, and I'll see you on the next video. Did you guys want to take a picture of that? Okay, it's in the course.
You need to put your head down.
Oh. Go ahead.
You are ADD.
I am totally ADD. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, exactly. Oh, did you guys not get? You guys really want that? It's in your. Well, okay. I gotta move my head.
Just take the whole body.
Okay, awesome. So, anyways, all right. Now we're gonna prioritize and group your short-term food store. Or now we're going to prioritize and group your short-term foods that you just picked. Okay, you picked a whole bunch of them. Now that list might change as we go through this part of the course, because I'm going to show you a super easy way of being able to keep up with short-term foods. The crazy thing is, each of you probably have easily 200 or more foods in your house right now. Okay, easily. If you went through your pantry, your cupboards, your fridge, and everything else, you probably have over 200 different types of foods. Okay, now in this exercise we're going to be doing, I'm going to tell you, you cannot, here's my rule for you, you cannot go under 10 short-term foods that you're going to stock. Now here's the other rule, you ready? You can't go over 30. Isn't that crazy? I mean, you probably have 200, 300, 400 different foods in your house right now, but you can't go under 10 and you can't go over 30. Why is that? Okay. Number one, if you don't do at least 10, you won't have enough variety. You're going to get sick of it. Number two, if you go over 30, it becomes unmanageable. You'll give up. Most people do. Okay. If you have 50 or 100 different things you're trying to manage, you just give up. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. You're going to prioritize your list, your 30, into A, B, and C priorities. Now, you could do 10 of A, you can do 3 of B, you can do, 20 of C, whatever you want, because some of you out there can actually handle, that was dumb what I was about to say. But the point is this, let's start with priority A, okay? Priority A is going to be foods that are nutritious, no junk food at all, okay? It has to be foods you love to eat, foods you normally eat. No refrigeration can take place with those foods. They have to be shelf stable. And if you end up opening them, they have to be able to be eaten. Even if you have to cook it, they have to be eaten in one sitting. Let me try that again. You don't need to cook them or heat them to eat them. And also, they have to be able to be eaten in one sitting if you open it up. So if you open up a can of tuna fish, for example, you should be able to eat that in one sitting, so it doesn't need refrigeration overnight. Does that make sense? So with that list of 30 items that you created earlier, I want you to go ahead and pause the video right now and figure out at least 10 items that fit this category, category A. This is your lifeline foods. These are the most important. Okay, so pause the video. Okay, we are back. And now what we're going to be doing is called the up next foods. These are the foods you wanted to put in group A, but you didn't get to because you had some junk foods or snacks or whatever that you wanted to stick in there. Or maybe there were some other really healthy foods that you didn't get to put in group A, but now you want to put them in group B. Now you can do 10 if you want to, you can do 5, you can do whatever you want, like I said. Okay, so go ahead and pick. What other foods would you put in group B that you would want to add to your short-term food storage? Okay, now go ahead and pause the video and let's get that done. That was kind of dumb. Oh, let me try that again. Go ahead and pause the video and let's get that done. All right, now we're going to get to group C, or what's called cold and cooked foods. Some of you out there have. Some of you live in Siberia or in Alaska. You have really cold climates. You're able to put food outside during the daytime or nighttime. It's going to still stay cold, so you can have some of those foods. Some of you have solar panels, battery units, and everything else that you're able to put more food in your fridge or freezer. You're able to cook that food. So if there's any of those foods that you wanted to add to A and B, but you couldn't, I want you to do that right now. Okay? Go ahead and pause the video and let's do that right now. Awesome. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit more advice here. And the advice is this. When I ended up doing this, I found out that my tastes change over time. And I also found out that I get bored of my foods very quickly with my ADD. Okay, so what I ended up doing is I ended up grouping things together. And now you can look over your list right now, and you probably itemized every single item that you want on your list. What I found is that if I create, for example, a meats section, a canned meat section, and I have 50 cans that's supposed to be in that meat section, I can put any type of meat I want, even Spam, because I'm a Spam man. I like Spam. My wife thinks I'm disgusting, but I think she's disgusting when she eats all those sardines out of a can. Oh, yeah. Okay, she loves them. My daughter loves them. I'm like, where did you come from? What world did you come from? But she thinks the same with me, with the Spam. But what you can do is you can create categories. So you can have a granola category or a granola trail mix category, or you can do whatever you want. You can have a crackers and chips category, okay, where you can go ahead and change things out. But that's how you do it. That's how you can do it if you want to create categories. Does that make sense? And that would take up one of the 10 spaces rather than a whole bunch of different spaces. Does that make sense? So look over your list now and see, do you want to create any categories for the foods that you put in there? And again, you don't have to do 30. You don't have to do 15. You can do 10 and stop there if you needed to. But again, at least 10, no more than 30. So go ahead and pause the video, see if there's any way you can group that thing. Go ahead and see if there's any way you can group those things together to be able to systematize and simplify your list even more. Awesome. Okay, one more thing I'd like to bring up is that you should consider some extras. You'll notice right here, even though these items don't fall under your main short-term food groups, you'll want to put some condiments, some seasonings, some vitamins, some minerals, some electrolytes, anything that you also want to store up. You don't have to make this as part of your 10, or you could if you want to, but I suggest that you get a healthy amount of that stuff, so if an emergency happened, you do have your favorite spices, you do have your favorite condiments. All that stuff is in place at all times. So that's just an extra that you can add to this. So we're going to get to the next video where we're actually going to talk about determining how much short-term foods, I can't even talk. So we're going to get to the next video where we're going to talk about how to determine how much short-term food you should store up. And let me try that again. Sorry, guys. I'm starting to get tired. I've been going ever since early this morning. I'm like, ooh. Okay. So we're going to get to the next video where we're going to determine how much short-term food storage you should store up, and I'll see you on that video. Okay. All right, now the big question people ask me is how much short-term food storage should I have at my home? Now the minimum, and this is hard for some people, is 1 month. You should always have at least 1 month. During a crazy emergency, you would be surprised how fast 1 month goes by. Does that make sense? When you're trying to take care of all these different things you didn't expect, okay, your food can go very, very quickly. So that's the minimum. Now the maximum, now what I would shoot for is at least 3 months worth of food storage, okay, short-term food storage. That's ideal. Now if you can do more than 3 months, if you can get a year's worth or whatever, more power to you, go for it. But you should shoot for at least 3 months. Does that make sense? If you can, okay? Now let's go through this a bit. We have our A's, B's, and C's. When you're trying to figure out how much of each of these items you're going to want to store up, it's a very, very simple mathematical equation. You take the item by how many you need per month, and then times it by how many months, and then that's what you get. Does that make sense? You take the item that you're going to be doing, how many months, you take 1 month's worth of that item, times it by how many months you're saving it up in your cupboards or wherever you're going to put it, and then that's where you get how many cans or boxes or bags or whatever of that item. Is that pretty clear? Is that pretty easy? Okay, any questions up to this point? That's per family. I mean, yeah, you can do a whole household. It doesn't have to be per person. So in my household, for example, if I have 90 cans of meat, okay, that's for my whole family. Okay, does that make sense? So that's what you're going to do, those 10 to 30 items. Go ahead, you got a question?
I think the question was, Is this list for one person?
No, this is just an example list.
Is it, or is this list, would this list feed a family
No.
for 30 days?
So I am being totally facetious here. Okay, so this list right here is just me putting down examples, ideas that you can use if you want to. I'm not telling you to use this list. Please do not use this list because I didn't spend very much time on it in all reality. Okay, I just put it up there to give you an idea of how you could organize your A, B's, and C's. And the cool thing about it is I put a whole bunch of stuff up there. Your A might be 10 things, your B might be 5, your C might be 20, right? Not 20, but 10, another 10 or whatever, 15, right? The cool thing about it is this. This ABC system is not a complete law. It's more like a guideline. What's that movie, The Pirates of the Caribbean? It's more like a guideline, right? Okay, that means you can change it any way you want to. The principle is simply 10 items to 30 items. You figure it out, okay? You figure out what you want. If you want all 30 items being boxes of different types of cereals, go for it. If that's what your family needs, that's what you do. That's what the principle is. Does that make sense? So this list I'm showing you right here, completely made up. Does that make sense? But great question, okay? So these right here, these become your minimums. That means you can never, ever, ever go under these minimums. And I'm going to give you a story on that. Do you see this picture right here? This was my house when I lived in Draper, Utah a while ago, 2 houses ago, okay? And my little daughter was about 3 years old. Now, we didn't have much space because it was a little tiny place. So we went down in the basement. I found this closet, and I just took things out of the closet, and I put a little rinky-dink plastic shelving in there that bent in the middle, okay, with the weight. And I just put it in there, and I just said, okay, this is going to be my short-term food storage. I need at least 1 month, right? And so I put that in there and filled it up, and then figured, okay, we need 3 bags or boxes of pancake mix. We need 3 protein powder bins. We need 60 meats. Okay, now this wasn't all our food. This was just my extra food in the basement. We still had a pantry upstairs and cupboards upstairs with food in them. But this became my short-term food storage overage. Does that make sense? Okay, so when I did that, the saddest thing happened. Actually, the cutest thing happened, then it turned sad. My little daughter woke up early in the morning like she does with me. I don't know what it is, but that little daughter of mine tunes into me. Like I can wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm just really quiet. And she wakes up, hi Dad, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, how in the world did you hear me? She did it the other day. She was sleeping downstairs, okay, no joke. Sleeping downstairs in the basement, in a fort, totally couldn't hear me. I'm up the stairs all the way on the other side of the house. I wake up at about 4 o'clock in the morning, okay? And I get out of my bed, say my prayers and stuff, just get up and start walking. And she walks into the door and goes, hi, Dad. I'm like, how in the world did you even hear me? There's no chance. But that's how she is. For some reason, I think she can sense me. I don't know what it is. I don't know if you guys have children like that. Do you have? You do. Okay, so it's not abnormal, right? Okay, so I don't know what it is, but she wakes up early this morning, and she was probably about 2-3 years old, and she came and found me and said, Daddy? And I'm like, yeah, I'm totally a girl's daddy. Okay, Daddy, can we do pancakes today? And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's totally do pancakes. So I went upstairs, I went into the pantry, I opened it up, and I looked through it, and I'm like, I know I had a box of pancake mix here. And I'm looking everywhere. I'm like, oh, my wife probably used it up. I know we had one. So I'm looking everywhere, and I'm like, I'll just go down to my short-term food storage, and I'll just grab some pancake mix. So I literally went down, and this is a picture of it. Do you see there? 1, 2, 3, a box and 2 bags, okay? And what happened is I counted how many short-term food storage bags or boxes of pancake mix I need to have at all times. How many is it? 3. And guess what I had to tell my daughter? Yeah, we can't do it. That was a rule I made. And I said, I'm sorry, I can't. I said, I can't break that rule because we can never go under 3. Does that make sense? Okay. I know, so sad. I know your face is like, oh, I know. I was dying inside, okay? But the thing about it is that's the rule. If you create that rule, okay, then what you can do is go one step further like I do now because I never want to do that to my daughter again. I create a buffer. And that buffer you can put on a little sign if you need to, and you can say, for example, totally example, okay, this is just not true, okay, but example, you can do 70 out of 60 cans of canned meat or 12 protein bars out of 9 boxes. You can create a buffer so you can have more than your minimums at all times, okay? Does that make sense? So now I just buy a whole bunch extra and I don't have to worry about getting down to my minimum. And that's what you should do. Does that make sense about short-term food storage?
Rotate it, right?
Absolutely, and we're going to get to that, okay? So you guys get the idea of this. I like to have labels close by, either on a piece of paper like my wife and I do right now, or labels right next to the food, right there, okay? So it's super easy to be able to remember what my minimums are. I don't have to look anywhere else. Now, we're going to get to the next video where we're going to talk about how to do the rotation that you just brought up. Because obviously you don't want to be eating the same food over and over that's, you know, the newest stuff, and have the old stuff just get older and older and older over time. So let's get to that video and talk about rotations in the next video. Okay. So, all right, we're back and we're talking about rotating. Okay, we're back now and we're going to be talking about rotating your short-term food so that you're always using the oldest stuff first. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit. I'm going to give you a little bit of advice on the best way to do it. First of all, you want to be able to group all your short-term food storage in one place if possible. It's really a pain. I found that it's really a pain to have to go to a cupboard here or a pantry here or a room here and try to find all the numbers that you're supposed to do. So if you could put everything in one place, your 10 to 30 items in one place, all the dry items, the freezer items, whatever, if you could do that, it makes it so much easier to keep track of everything. Also, it's awesome to be able to see all the labels at one time, at a glance, and be able to see what you're low on at that time. And if any of you have heard of the FIFO method, first in, first out, right? You get the first things that you buy are the things that you eat first. Is that right? Okay. First in, first things you buy are the first things out that you eat first. Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay, so that's what it is. So anyways, it's kind of like a vending machine, okay? Put a vending machine in and all the stuff comes out first. Is that right? Okay, good. Anyway, there's two main systems for this. And first of them, the first system is a manual back of the line system. And the other one is a self-rotating rack system like a vending machine. So I'm going to show you both of those so you can see what I'm talking about. If you look at the screen right here, this is a example of how to use a back of the line system where you just have enough things in there where you just pull them out and stick the new stuff in the back and the old stuff moves forward, okay? This is how I do it. I ended up going early in my career, you know, early in my days. I tried to do it differently and I found out it's just so easy for me just to pull it out, put it in. And if I buy enough extras, I really don't have to do it that often. So you can see in that picture right there, an example of what I did at the time. But what's interesting is this, there's a lot of people out there who do like the vending machine system. And I tried it, but I didn't have enough cans. I did more boxes and everything else that it didn't make sense. So here's some examples right here if you want to look at it. This right here is, it automatically brings the old food to the front. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Anyways, here are some examples of some self-rotating rack systems, and I'll go through more examples here. These are professionally made racks. Here's vertical racks. Here's an altered shelf rack where you can get this type of shelf from Costco. And do you see what they did here? They took the front of it and bent it down so it kind of rolls forward, but it has that little lip on the end. Know what I'm talking about? So you can use this to be able to do it. You can do Lazy Susans. You can do a metal vertical shelf if you want to. You can do homemade wooden rotation systems. If you go online on YouTube, there are plans out there. People teach you how to do this. They give you the dimensions of everything. You can just follow somebody else's plan if you want to. Here's one I found in my aunt's house where she had created a wooden rack that had a slight angle at it where the cans just kind of rolled down, and I'll show you the side of it too. And then she would just go to the side and grab the can she needed from just the side, not having to go to the front at all. Does that make sense? So there's a lot of ways to do it. I'm curious just from you guys, because I have my preferences, but I found out there's a ton of different preferences out there. What type of system do you guys prefer? And those of you watching the video right now, pick down what type of rotating system would you use? What are your thoughts? Go ahead. What? Hey, let's get.
I like the vending machine type, the rolling where you put in a new one and it rolls and
All the
you
way
pick
down?
from the
And
olders.
are you more of a horizontal type person or a vertical type person? What would you do?
Horizontal
Okay.
is what I have, and I do, and I've used it for 40 to 50 years.
Seriously, that's awesome to hear. Any other thoughts? Well, if you were to build out something or if you were to pick one, what would you guys pick or use if you had to do that today? Let's get one or two more.
I use the manual shelf, put the new stuff you buy in the back and
Yeah.
pull the stuff forward. I think that allows you to store more than the rack that slides.
Mm-hmm.
I can
Can pile it up a little bit,
do
right?
more. Yes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Here, I'll take that up here. And let's get one more.
Okay, so a lot of mine is stuff that I've bottled in a bottle.
Mhm.
So I have a question.
Yep.
Those ones that roll, can you put those in there?
You could, but I wouldn't. What I would do, because if I were to show you this one right here, if I'm going to go back one screen right here, if I were to show you this right here, what I'm not showing you is that they have a whole other side of the room that has straight shelves where you can put a little barrier where things don't fall out during an earthquake. And you can stick a bottle, like let me turn this off so I don't get two sounds. You can actually stick a mason jar, lots of mason jars inside there where they're really secure. You can just fit them in, put them in. Does that make sense? And so that's what I would recommend instead of rolling them and having taking the chance of that little lid opening up someday and unsealing and having a little bit of a mess. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Good. All right. We're going to get to the next video now where we're going to talk about how I do my short-term food storage systems. And it's very similar to what I just talked about, but I'll just show you some pictures. Okay, we're back at the next video where we're going to talk about how I do my short-term food systems. And I'm going to go back to how I did it in my small little tiny place. Okay, if you'll notice right here, I had different types of foods our family ate like crazy. You see these little fig Newtons. We ate a ton of those at the time. Now, things have changed. We don't eat them anymore. So I replaced them later on. Does that make sense? With something totally different. But at the time when my kids were smaller, we couldn't stop eating these. We just loved them like crazy. Protein mixes, I found out that with my protein mixes, I had a bunch of these bins, and I found out that I like protein bars more after a while. I just go buy tons of protein bars now instead of protein mixes. Now I still have some protein mixes because I still use them. My daughter loves them now, so she uses them. But I've replaced it with, you have 10 protein bar boxes and protein, containers with protein powder. Same thing with meats are pretty much the same as they were before. I have a variety of meats in one place. Our beans, a whole bunch of different types of beans. Okay, you'll see right here, I got my Spam because Spam is the coolest thing in the world. Okay, and you got to have your Spam. I'll give you some examples here. We had, at the time, we did shelf-stable milks because I really like those. My wife doesn't like it so much. So right now we do have regular milk for the most part. We have a little bit of shelf-stable milks, but for the most part, we have dry milk powder in my long-term food storage that if I did need to go back to milk, I can do it, and it can last 20 years on a shelf, so we're good there, okay? So we've switched that out a little bit, and you can see some more ideas. Peanut butter is always a good idea for those of you who like peanut butter and jelly. That stuff, really a lot of calories, a lot of nutrition, everything else, and kids love it, okay? And you'll notice right here I have my nuts and trail mixes are all in one group. So I can switch it out anytime I want to. If I want pistachios, one day I can do that. This right here is an example of what we do now. If you look on the left-hand side, my wife ended up doing kind of a list on a piece of paper of the foods that we should have and the numbers and everything else at all times. And this is our new house where we had a room downstairs that wasn't being used for anything else. So we made that our short-term food storage room, okay? And we're able to put a lot more foods in there for our family. And you can see my protein bars right there, my beans, just a whole bunch of things that we love and we eat on a normal basis. My preference is to go back to putting little tiny labels next to the food because I have a really hard time looking at a list. My wife likes the list. Does that make sense? So you got to figure out what's going to work best for you. So I might end up putting the little labels there because I just have a hard time trying to find it on a list. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what we're doing right now. It's not really difficult. It's super easy. Does this make sense to you guys as far as the short term? Okay, so I'm going to get a little bit of feedback from you guys on the short term because before we actually did this lesson, okay, before we actually did this, you guys probably didn't even know what to do with your short term or how to systematize it. Can you share with the people on the video maybe some of the things you learned or you like or that you want to implement or anything else that popped in your mind during today's lesson on short term? We're about to end the short term food section. Anybody have any ideas? Let's go to you.
I like the idea of segregating your short term versus your long term because all of my food storage is all in one spot. Some of it could be short term, some of it could be long term. So it's kind of just all mixed together.
Yeah, and just to go a little bit further on that, if you do your short-term food storage section really well, it gives you a buffer time between a short-term and long-term emergency. It gives you a buffer time to get used to eating without having to buy stuff or being able to buy stuff from the store. Does that make sense? That's why short-term food storage is one of the reasons why it's so important to do it right, because that's going to be your comfort food to be able to get through the emotional change that you need to make to be able to handle a long-term emergency like an EMP or a cyber attack or whatever else that takes us into some pretty crazy things, right? Okay, let's go one or two more thoughts. What did you like or learn or want to implement from what we learned today on the short-term foods section?
The labels with the number next to it, I just have things there and I just look and say, oh, it's probably full. But if I had the number and I stuck to that number, that would make it better. And then I can always go over and then use that up. But as long as I stick to that number and make sure that number is there, then it will be more useful.
I love it. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Let's go one more up here.
Clearly, I need to buy more short-term food.
Yeah, and it really is that important. And it's really not hard. That's the crazy thing. Do you guys understand how awesome it is to limit it to 30 items or less? Doesn't that feel relieving to you guys? Like, I'm getting all these nods, yes. But most people never take the time to figure that out. Okay? So we're about to get into the long-term section, long-term food section. But before we get to that, I want to encourage all of you to go shopping. Okay? Some of you are going to love that. But now you know what you want to do with the short-term food storage. So go shopping in the next day or two. Get it started. Don't waste. Don't wait. Okay, at all. I have so many people take this course and they end up trying to go through all the videos as quickly as they can, and then they can't remember what they were supposed to do. So while we're doing this, stop, get it done, come back. Let's get to the next section. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to the next section, which is going to be the long-term food storage section. Okay, we are back and you guys are cruising. This is awesome. We're going to be talking about long-term food storage, and I need somebody else to read this next little section for me. Who would like to read?
These are specialty foods prepared and packaged to last 10 to 30 years on a shelf. They can't usually be found at your local supermarket. These are your last resort foods which are stored away to help you survive a long-term crisis.
Exactly. So when we're talking about long-term emergency food, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice, okay? A lot of people think that that's the food they're going to use, like I said, early in an emergency. if you did your short-term food storage right, okay, and you do this whole food preparedness course right, all the way to the end, everything we're going to teach you, this is your last resort food. This is the food you hope you never touch. This is your food insurance. Does that make sense? It's the stuff you put away, and before you even get to it, you're going to use your short-term food. You're going to grow a garden. You're going to can some food. You're going to sprout at home. You're going to do everything you can. You dehydrate some of your friends' neighbors' apricots that are falling on the floor. No one's using them. You're going to do everything you can to not have to dip into your long-term food storage. Okay? Very different than what most people think. Now, don't go crazy and not use it if you're starving, right? Use it where you need to, but you're going to use this to put away and hopefully never use. Does that make sense? That's what we're about to talk about, and that's where we're going to get to in the next section, that's where we're going to get to as we move forward with the food storage section. Let me try that again. Sorry. I'm going to do this once in a while because I want to be able to say it right. That's what we're going to do, and that's what we're going to learn as we move forward with long-term food storage. So we're going to start it out with the 5 myths of long-term food storage on the next video. Okay, we are back and talking about the 5 myths of long-term food storage, and these are pretty fun. First of all, a lot of people don't understand this first part, okay? First of all, let me try that again. Let's see. What am I talking about? There it is. First of all, the first myth is living off of food storage or long-term food storage is painful. Now, if you were to go back maybe 30, 40 years ago where you had to chew on raw wheat for a whole year and that's it, yeah, I'd agree with you. It's pretty painful, right, if you had to do that. But the truth is, we're in a new day right now. I mean, we have every type of food you can imagine that's being freeze-dried and dehydrated. I mean, if you look behind me, it's amazing. You've got cornmeal, you've got quick oats, you've got quick cooked beans, you've got sweet potatoes, you've got raspberries, strawberries, peach slices, you've got carrot dices, you've got asparagus, you've got chili mac, you've got fettuccine alfredo. You have all these different foods that you can pick from and put away for an emergency. And when you have that in your mind, it actually gets kind of fun because you get to pick the foods that you absolutely, absolutely love. Now, the next myth is that emergency food or long-term food storage that lasts for 10 to 30 years is way, way too expensive. Now, that could be true, actually. But I'm going to teach you something where you can see the opposite side of it as well. If I were to get, say, for example, let me grab a strawberry if I have one here. It's under here, so it's going to be a little hard to grab. But if I were to grab a strawberry, well, here's one. Okay. If I were to grab, if I were to go to the store today, to the supermarket, and get myself a fresh basket of strawberries, which one do you think is going to be more expensive? The fresh basket of strawberries that just came from Mexico, okay, wherever they got it, or the same exact, the same exact strawberries, okay, but they had to take the strawberries from that same farm, they had to wash them down, they had to cut them up, okay, then they had to stick them in a deep freezer for a couple days to make sure they're super, super hard. Okay, then they have to put it in a freeze dryer for a day or two to make sure it's all completely freeze dried. And then since you pull it out of the freeze dryer, you don't want it to go bad with all the humidity and stuff from the air. So you have to put them in expensive cans or pouches and then put an oxygen absorber in there and do all the things you need to be able to make it last 20 to 30 years. Which one do you think is going to be more expensive? Okay, this is a little redundant, or what's called obvious, right? This is a little bit obvious. But the truth is the long-term food storage is going to be more expensive. But when you think about long-term food storage, where you can literally eat this 30 to 50 years later, we put a 30-year shelf life, but if you store it in the right place in a cool, dry location, you can literally eat this 50 years from now, okay? When you think about that, what do you think is cheaper? This food that you can eat 30 years from now, or that rotting strawberries in your refrigerator you didn't get to, okay? So when you think about it, if people can go back 30 years ago and buy food at 1980, 94 prices, would it be? 1994 prices? You'd buy a ton of that food if you could buy it at those prices. That's what this is. It allows you to store it up and be able to use it later on, and it's a lot cheaper when you think of it that way. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit more information because I was teaching a large group, and I had a guy after I taught, like a lot of people do, they said, I totally think I messed up my food storage. Can I ask you some questions? I said, sure, I'd love to help you out. And he said something interesting to me. He goes, I bought 3 years worth of food storage. Can you come to my house? I think I totally messed up and I wasted a ton of money. And so in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, 3 years worth of food storage, I can do the math really easy before I ask him a question. And the math is this. My family, we use anywhere from $500 to $1,000 of money, okay, every single month for food, normally. Now, if I'm going to get really good quality food storage, it's going to be more expensive than that, right? So if I'm doing the math, 1 year of 500, let's just keep it low, $500, 1 year of storing up food storage should be more than $500, right? Per month. So how much is that per year? $6,000. 3 years is what? $18,000. So I'm thinking if he got the minimum, like really cheap stuff, for his family of 5, okay, he should have at least $18,000 spent, okay, if he's doing it right. So I asked him how much he spent, $2,400, okay, and I turned to him and I said, you don't have 3 years worth of food storage, just to let you know, and if you do, it's junk, you need to throw it away, okay, even before I got to his house. And we went into his house, I took a look at it, and sure enough, it was junk. And I said, I told him all the reasons why it's not going to last 25 years like it says on the label. And luckily he was able to return it and get his money back because he had just bought it. Okay. So that was lucky for him. But I can't tell you how many times, excuse me, I can't tell you how many times that I've been at conferences and spoken on the stage, and I've had people come up and say, oh my goodness, I feel so sick to my stomach. We spent $6,000 or $10,000 or $12,000 on food that we didn't know was going to go bad. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, But it's better to know the principles and do it right. So that's what we're going to go through today. The next myth is it needs to be rotated often. That's a Utah thing, by the way. Okay, have you guys, anybody heard that before? You need to rotate your long-term food storage. Don't confuse long-term food storage with short-term food storage. Okay, very different. If you get the right food, if you buy once, cry once, like we talked about yesterday, right? Get the right food. You can put that food away and not see it for 30 years. Over 30 years if you get the right food. You already know what strawberries taste like. You already know what beans taste like. You already know what rice tastes like. You already know what that stuff is like. Why open it up? It's your last resort food. Put it away. Now, if you want to practice, that's a different story. Go get some, some wheat and learn how to grind it and everything else. But don't use up that food. Just buy the cheapest wheat you can find just to practice. Okay? And then you can learn how to do that stuff. Or if you want to learn how to make meals or anything else, you can practice with other foods so that you're really good at making meals. In fact, I'm going to make a little plug while I'm here because this little book right here is by Mitzi. Mitzi, come up here. Okay? This right here is one of the books we sell, and Mitzi is one of the top horticulturists in the state of Utah. That's such a hard word for me to say.
You did good.
Okay, thank you. But anyways, she is amazing at cooking. In fact, you get up here too. And you gotta get up here. These are two of the best gardeners and pruners and tree growers and everything in the state of Utah. And she ended up, Mitzi ended up taking her knowledge and putting it into a book called What If Cookbook, or What If Cooking, right? And so this is one of the books that we actually sell here at our store and online. So I'm going to put a little plug in for this because you did a great job. Awesome. Did you want to say anything?
Yes.
Oh, let's get that on.
Yes, the reason why...
Hold on. Is the big mic on? Okay, go ahead.
The reason why I wrote this book is because a lot of people have been coming into the store going, I know I need food storage, but I'm just going to throw it away after 30 years, and why should I have it? I don't even know how to use it anyway. And I realized, oh, most of the food storage cookbooks around call for some of the long-term storage food, but they also call for, oh, go to the store also and get the really good stuff, the sour cream and the shredded cheese to make your food taste really good. And I'm realizing, well, what if there's no food in the stores and we don't have access? What if we have no power to cook our food? What if we have to rely on what we have stored? What if we have to evacuate or relocate and go somewhere safer than the place we have? And so I wrote this cookbook, What If Cooking, Meals in Adverse Conditions, to provide a turnkey plan for nutritionally balanced food so that you have meals already figured out, how to rehydrate. It's just open the book and you eat. And it's delicious. I've been eating food storage, mostly just food storage, for 3 years. And I'm still fine.
Yeah. And it's still alive, and
Yes.
it gets delicious. That's if you
Yes.
do it. If you do your food storage right, it becomes delicious. Like you crave it. Let's go ahead.
And you should practice cooking with it. So yes, you save most of it, but buy an extra can of the things you use the most and practice.
Yeah.
That's the homework.
And that's the very end of our course. We're going to talk about that, about practicing. But what I'm saying is try not to use the expensive stuff. Keep it away, right? If you need to, like she said, buy a couple of them and just practice a few times. But what I'm saying is, I can make a lot more money from you by you guys using this all the time, every single day, like a lot of companies do. But from my point of view, I'm just saying some of you guys want to do that. If you have plenty of money, go for it. But if you're struggling financially, just be smart, okay? But also learn what you need to with the cookbook, which is a really cool cookbook. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's talk about the next myth. It takes up a lot of space, and you got to remember these are dehydrated, freeze-dried foods. They're void of water. Sometimes they get really compact, and they don't have to take up a lot of space. You can get sometimes enough food for one person. Literally, I don't know if you can see these 2 boxes right here. If you get the right grains and the right legumes or whatever it is, you can actually get enough food for one person in 2 of these boxes for a whole month. Does that make sense? So they can be very, very compact. And then the last myth is that you can get all your long-term food storage from the grocery store. Now in Utah, you could probably get some of it, but it's usually the cheap stuff. It's the stuff where they don't have the margins, they don't fill up the can and everything else. And so they end up giving you the cheapest stuff they can find from wherever in the world that's feeding the billions and everything else. And so it's just not the best way. So if you're gonna do it right. All right, we're gonna go on to the next part of the course, which is one of my favorite parts of the course, and it's called the 5 food killers, not the 4 food killers like everybody talks about in the industry, but the 5 food killers. So let's get to the next video. Are you guys having fun so far? Yeah? Interesting?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna get to the next one, which I love, by the way. This is a really fun one. Okay, now we're going to talk about the 5 food killers. And when we're talking about these 5 food killers, the reason it's 5 is because I made that up. Okay, it used to be 4 food killers, but what I found out is when I was storing my food early in my career, I can get rid of the 4 food killers and my food still went bad. And I'm like, why in the world is it going bad? I did exactly everything they told me to do online. Every blogger and every person who is amazing at this stuff, I did it and it still went bad. And I literally wasted lots and lots of dumb money on learning this lesson. So instead of you guys having to spend tens of thousands of dollars making these dumb mistakes, go ahead and learn from my dumb mistakes, okay? So you don't have to make them yourselves. So the first of the food killers is heat. In fact, you guys can probably give me all 4 of the 5. You guys want to give them to me really quickly? And I'll just say it in the microphone as you tell me. Heat's one of them. What is it?
Light.
Okay, what is it?
Light.
Light is another one. Good job.
Moisture.
Moisture
Oxygen.
and oxygen. You guys are awesome. So we're going to go through those pretty quickly today so you guys can learn about it. When it comes to heat, you got to remember that the colder the better. But there's also a little caveat to that. Some foods, like dehydrated foods, sometimes have up to 20% moisture in them. Okay, some of the foods that you store away. Now, what happens if you freeze anything with water in it? It expands, right? 9%. And you don't want that to happen to your food, because when you freeze it, like you've done to some foods in your freezer, by the way, and when you pulled them out and they thawed, it just completely was ruined and you had to throw it away. Same thing when it freezes outside and you have a garden and it ruins your garden. Okay, if there's moisture, it ruins food. So what I tell people, if it's freeze-dried food where you have anywhere from 1 to 4% moisture, you could probably let that freeze, no big deal. But anything dehydrated, you got to be careful, because that's usually about 5+ % moisture. So you want to keep that in a place where it doesn't freeze, but if you can get it as close as possible to 32, that's awesome. So what I tell people is anywhere between 33 and 40 is ideal, right? But most people can't do that. So try to put all your food in a place where it's 70 degrees or lower. And what happens often is if you go down 10 degrees Fahrenheit on average, you can sometimes double your shelf life. So if you go from 70 to 60, you can double your shelf life. 60 to 50, double your shelf life. But on the flip side, if you go 70 to 80, you can sometimes half your shelf life. So I've got people who sit there and say, oh, well, you know, I just put my food in my shack and outside in my little shed, and it only gets 115 degrees out there for about 3 months. Do you think I ruined my food? Absolutely, you're ruining your food, right? But they're trying to figure out where do we put our food, and it's, you know, sometimes that's a little tricky, and we're going to get to that in a little bit, okay? But you got to think, this is one of your biggest investments, just like water is one of your biggest investments from yesterday. Food is a huge investment, so treat it right. You know, my mom has a bunch of food from our store, from our business, and I told her, Mom, please do not put it outside. She has it under her bed. She has all these different places because she's protecting her food. Do you have the microphone? Oh, I got it, right? Go ahead.
Do they make like a walk-in cooler or something you could buy to store your stuff in that's just the right temperature?
You know, I don't know, but I'm going to give you some suggestions later in the course that you can take and use, if that makes sense. Okay? And so next one is going to be water. We talked about moisture, right? Water. Now, there's a big difference between dehydrated and freeze-dried foods, and most people don't know the difference. So in our industry, freeze-dried, dehydrated, they're both dehydrated. Both of them have water taken out. But the reason why they separate those two, dehydrated and freeze-dried, is because of the process that's used for each one of them. The first one's dehydrated food. The first one is dehydrated food. That's done by sun, air, smoke, heat, refractant, spray, and salt. Some examples of those are beans, rice, cereals, grains, nuts, pancake mix, fruits, veggies, some fruits and veggies. And you guys have seen it, like, you know, just, excuse me. Let me clear my throat. I need a little bit of water, if you guys don't mind. Boy, you try to talk this long and talk all day. Whew. Okay. The next one is freeze-dried. Now that's different because they use sublimation to do freeze-drying. And does anybody know what sublimation is? I don't have to be the smart one here. Can anybody explain sublimation? You want to do it? Go ahead.
Where something goes from a solid to a gas without passing through the liquid phase.
Exactly. Yeah, you got the idea. If I were to be a smarty pants, I'll show you guys how this works. It's actually a pretty cool little scientific something or other. Let me go over to the whiteboard, and then I'll show you this little chart right here. Okay. When you're talking about sublimation, this is what happens. Okay. You have yourself a little graph right here. Okay. And what happens is you have a solid or frozen. You have a liquid or water, right? Whatever it is. And then you have a gas right here where it evaporates or whatever else, okay? What happens here is this is atmospheric pressure where it goes to about right there roughly, okay? This is our regular, this is more pressure, this is less pressure. Let's just say this is outer space down here. What happens is if you can take a solid piece of ice and take it down where you suck all the air out of that chamber and make it kind of like space, you're able to bring it down to what's under what's called the triple point right here. Okay, so you're taking it down, it's still a solid, but because this triple point, what this means, triple point, is where a solid, a liquid, and gas exist at the exact same time together. It's the coolest thing. If you watch videos about this, it's boiling 1 second, freezing the next second, water the next second. It just keeps doing that over and over. That's called the triple point. So you bring this down, okay, keep it a solid, and then what you do by bringing the atmospheric pressure down closer to space, and then all you do is increase the temperature, and this is temperature down here, okay? Increase the temperature a little bit, and all of a sudden it goes straight from a solid to a gas without ever hitting the liquid phase. Does that make sense? And it's the coolest thing in the world. Now, if you can do that, you're able to, I don't know if the camera can follow me here, but if you can do that, you're able to take, like this freeze-dried peach right here, you're able to take a frozen, wet piece of peach, okay? And you're able to suck out all the water into a gas, and then it collects underneath, and now you have a piece of peach, okay, a little peach slice that has the same color, shape, taste. I mean, it's just amazing, and it even has the nutrients. It has, even the enzymes, and it's one of the best ways to preserve food long term. Does that make sense? That's what's cool about it. So that's what freeze drying is versus dehydrating foods. Now, what's the big difference between dehydrating and freeze drying? Now, this right here has taken me about 10 years to put together, and I'm going to show it to you guys in less than a few minutes. But this right here is more explanation between the difference between dehydrated and freeze dried than any course in the world, period. Okay? Big difference. Dehydrated strengths versus freeze dried's weaknesses. They're opposites. Dehydrated gets more condensed because it's doing it by heat or refractant, spray salt, all this stuff. It tightens up, okay, over time. Where freeze dried gets less condensed. Sometimes it even gets bigger. Like you look at these gummies right here. Do you see those? These gummies were small, and look how huge they are right now. Okay, they expand sometimes. There's less air pockets in dehydrated, more air pockets in freeze-dried. Less fragile, dehydrated, more fragile, freeze-dried. More food per can because it's more condensed for dehydrated, and less food per can for freeze-dried. Longer open shelf life, okay, for dehydrated, and shorter open shelf life for freeze-dried. Why is that? Moisture. Yeah, moisture. You guys are getting it. Because what happens is this. Which one has more moisture? Dehydrated. But when you open up the can, it's like this. If I were to give you a sponge, I would give you a sponge like this, okay? And I was going to fill it up completely with water, sopping wet with water, okay? Dehydrated is simply like squeezing that thing so tight that all the water comes out of it, and when you let go of it, it actually doesn't expand anymore. It stays squeezed.
Easy for you to say.
It's whatever it is, squashed. Okay, it stays squeezed and squashed. Okay, and it doesn't unsqueeze and squashed. Okay, it doesn't go bigger. Okay, am I doing okay for a school teacher? Are we in the right path? Okay, good. It was super sad. I know. Don't let my mom see that she's a school teacher also. So the difference is this: with freeze dried, you have water sopping wet. Okay. And you freeze that water inside that sponge, and then you gas it off, and now all of a sudden it keeps the same size or gets bigger as it's gassing off. And how many holes are in that sponge? A ton. So what happens is this: you open up the can and it's super dry food, but now you expose it to the air, and that humidity is going right into that food. And if you live in Florida or other places where it's really humid, it's even worse. And also, we're up high in the mountains, okay? The air density isn't as bad, but you get closer to sea level, that air density and the humidity makes it even worse. So as soon as you open that can of freeze-dried food, I'm going to tell you, okay? Because a lot of people don't understand, that food still has bacteria in it. Just because you can the food doesn't mean it doesn't have bacteria. It's just still dormant. That's it. So when you open that up and it starts putting water inside there, guess what that bacteria loves to do? You get the idea? So what you got to do is when you open up a can of freeze-dried, you need to eat it quickly or suck out the oxygen, and I can show you ways of doing that a little later on, or put it in smaller containers or a thick plastic bag and push out the air, and it'll last a lot longer. I mean, we've got jars literally that we fill up with food, and before we end every single day, we suck out the oxygen, and this can stay on a shelf for months and months and months and not go bad, because we take out the oxygen, because that's where the humidity is. Does that make sense? Okay, so going on one step further, let's go to spoils. Dehydrated food is going to spoil from humidity slower, where freeze-dried does the opposite. Okay, bacteria develop slower when opened, where it develops faster with freeze-dried. Okay, it's going to be less mushy when rehydrated because it's tighter, and mushier when rehydrated with freeze-dried food. Okay, less expensive because everybody does it all over the world, and there's so many ways of doing it. And freeze-dried is going to be more expensive, and then dehydrated has a lot more variety than freeze-dried in the world because it's been going on for so much longer and it's a lot cheaper to do. Now on the flip side, freeze-dried has strengths where dehydrated has weaknesses. Okay? Freeze-dried strength, taste and appearance are going to stay. Where dehydrated, sometimes the taste and appearance change and it looks darker or lighter or whatever else. Say again?
Chewier.
Chewier, yeah, exactly, chewier as well. Okay, higher nutrients, less nutrients. Usually that's vitamin A and vitamin C. Dehydrated still has quite a few nutrients, but it loses some of the main ones. It doesn't condense over time, and dehydrated condenses over time. So a lot of people don't understand. They're storing up all these beans at home, and they don't understand that the beans get harder and harder and harder over time. And some beans are going to be fine 10 years later, and some of them are going to be uncookable. It's all over the place. And my theory is that sometimes the beans go in wetter than other times. And so we don't know when they're going to go hard. But I've had people come into the store and say, I couldn't cook my beans. I had to throw them away. And I'm like, please don't throw them away. I mean, grind them if you can, or use baking soda or something. But don't throw away your beans, okay? But I had one lady come in and she said, you know, I soaked them overnight, pressure cooked them, soaked them overnight, pressure cooked them, soaked them overnight, pressure cooked them, soaked them overnight, pressure cooked them. I was finally able to eat them. And think about all the precious fuel you just wasted and all the time you wasted while you're doing that. So what I tell people, if you're going to store beans, then rotate them on a normal basis. But for your long-term food storage, do pre-cooked beans. Okay, it's the exact same thing. You get your proteins, you get your carbohydrates. It's just been pre-cooked. And watch this right here. I'll open it up. Okay, these are pinto beans. They're all pre-cooked. 20, 30 years later, you can eat this stuff. Who wants to try some? Okay, go ahead and pop that in your mouth and tell me what you think. Let's get that microphone. Could you help me out? Would you mind? Go ahead and tell me what you think. They're like corn nuts, huh? They're a little bit
They are
hard.
like corn nuts.
Yeah, they're like corn nuts. So the funny thing is sometimes
They taste good.
excuse me. Sometimes I get to work and I haven't eaten all day and I don't have time. And so I grab some of these, stick them in my mouth and chew on them. It actually satisfies me and I get energy and I can keep thinking straight and everything else. That's how cool these things are. The awesome thing about it also is you literally, instead of having to pressure cook them and figure it out and soak it, all this stuff, you can literally put them in cold water for about an hour and they're completely hydrated, or hot water for about 10 to 15 minutes and they've got a little gravy around them. Does anybody else want to try some while I got it out? Okay, can you give a few people some? These are dehydrated.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is cooked and dehydrated, but they're so well dehydrated that they're crunchy. Because if you try to dehydrate this at home, you're not going to be able to do it. Okay, you need a professional dehydrator, a company that can get it this dry. And the way you can tell that it's good to eat, okay, and good to store for a long time is by that sound. You guys, I can hear you all going. That's so funny. It's like a symphony in here. I got stereo from both sides. But it's fun because you look at this, and I'll give you an example. Here's something that's dehydrated. I literally opened up about 10 plus years ago. Okay, these are dehydrated, and I probably can still cook these and eat these where I couldn't do this with freeze-dried. And you guys want to hear the difference? Okay, watch this. The way you can tell how dry something is, like those beans you're eating, is by the sound. I'll do it by the microphone. You hear that? Okay, I'll do it again. Hear that? Okay, that's dehydrated. Freeze-dried would not be able to do this. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, and you need to have it professionally dehydrated to be able to get it this dry. Okay, because the dehydrators you have at home, they're going to still be, it's going to keep your food soft for the most part.
Marcelo, can I say something else
bet.
about the beans?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's going to be amazing how much fuel and water that you will save in an emergency situation if you use these pre-cooked beans, these quick cooked beans.
Yeah.
Because you won't have to soak them. You won't have to cook them for hours. They're already done.
Yeah, and they're delicious. So get a couple people who tried it. Like I think all of you guys almost tried it, huh? Give me some of your thoughts on those beans.
Who'd like to comment? You're munching away.
Yeah, you're all eating. That's so funny. Yeah.
You know, if take it and you think about it, you can just chew on those. You don't have
Oh, yeah.
to. You
That's
don't
what I
have
do.
to soak them.
Yeah.
Put them in your mouth. Let your moisture in
And
your
they're
body.
good.
but-
That's the crazy thing. They're good even without spices.
Yeah, I was just thinking they're good, but what you were saying is you don't have to soak them during an emergency, and you don't have to cook them, soak them.
Yeah. This makes it so easy.
The time that it would take is very
Yeah,
less
because the
time-consuming.
truth is, and I'm going to just be very transparent with you guys, okay? The truth is, especially here in Utah, most people have beans that are doing preparedness. They've been doing it for years. And the sad thing is, most of them don't even know how to cook beans. Does anybody relate to what I'm saying? Okay? You're all nodding your heads, okay? You have no clue what to do with your beans. And you're probably going to burn them in a whole bunch of crazy things because you just don't know what to do with them, right? It reminds me of that show a long time ago. What was it, The Jeffersons? Beans don't burn on the kitchen. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, I just went back to that. It's like he's jumping on the bed, right? It's like, I can't remember the words to the rest of the song, but it was pretty fun. Anyway, so let's keep going here. I just got sidetracked. Eat without rehydrating, okay, freeze-dried. Often you need to rehydrate dehydrated to be able to eat it. Rehydrates quickly versus rehydrates slower for dehydrated. Meals can be pre-cooked where it's very difficult to do that with dehydrated meals. Meals taste the same over time, and meals change taste over time to the point where a lot of the dehydrated meals you have to throw away after a few years, okay? It's extremely dry, 1 to 4% moisture, and dehydrated is going to be anywhere from 5 to 20% moisture. Long sealed shelf life because of less water. Yeah, you got it. Where you have a shorter sealed shelf life for dehydrated foods, and then you have lighter, easier to move versus heavier, harder to move because it's more condensed and has a little bit more water in it. Does that make sense? Okay, so here's the big question. Which of these, dehydrated versus freeze-dried, is better for your food storage? Depends on the product, you're right. But in general, the answer is both. So people think that it's one or the other. It actually is both. We'll go in and, like, for example, I'll grab some of these right here. When it comes to anything with sugar in it, okay, freeze-dried is going to go softer and get bacteria quicker than dehydrated. So a lot of fruits and vegetables, a lot of fruits, for example, a lot of times they are better freeze-dried, just to let you know. But sometimes, like these apple chips right here, these are better dehydrated, and that's what's crazy. And I'll just show this to you real quick, this little screen. But you'll notice what I do for my food storage with dehydrated versus freeze-dried. But take a look at these right here. And by the way, see these apples? Do you see the color? Yeah. What color is it? It's brown. Isn't that cool? Do you know what that's telling you right there? What it's telling you is that it doesn't have sulfur like other ones do. The way people get dehydrated apples drier is by using sulfur, and it keeps color and everything else. But watch the taste of this, and I'm going to use the microphone in just a second. Who would like to try them? Tell me about the crunchiness and the taste of these apples. These, what? What are they? These are apples.
No. Are they freeze-dried or dehydrated?
These are dehydrated instead of freeze-dried. Who wants to try a little bit more? Okay, I'll give you a few more. But what's interesting is this. Usually dehydrated apples, you cannot get very dry. It's just really hard to do. And tell me about the crunchiness and the taste of these natural apples, where you don't have any preservatives on this. Okay, you want a little bit here? Okay, go ahead and take the microphone. Give me some thoughts on this.
They tasted good. They chewed up okay in my mouth.
Yeah, they crunched, huh?
Yeah, they did at first.
Yeah,
and then the moisture just...
Then the moisture goes right in it. At
Right.
first, it was like, and you don't get that very often with dehydrated apples. And it took us a while to find these, and we had to pay a pretty penny for them. But they're just the best apples I could find. And when you open up the can, it doesn't hydrate as quick as freeze-dried apples, so you can actually use these for a lot longer. Does that make sense? So any other thoughts about the apples? Those of you who are still chewing, I can see all your mouths.
Tastes just like apples.
Tastes like apples, huh? Because they are apples, right?
You didn't add anything, right?
No, it's completely, it's natural.
Really tasty.
Yeah, they're super tasty, right?
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, they're really tasty, and with the natural sugar, you don't have to worry about additional.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't stop eating these, just to let you know.
They are very good.
And they're addictive, right? And you're eating something healthy, so it's pretty
So
awesome.
in my cookbook, I used these apples. I used all of our products for my
Yeah.
cookbook, and I made a delicious applesauce. It was kind of a chunky applesauce,
Yeah.
but it was so good. You add a little cinnamon to it, delicious.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the cool thing about our business and our workers is that we're always trying to improve. And part of our mission is that if we find something better, we replace the old stuff. So if we ever find better apples, we'll replace them. But this is the best we've been able to find. In fact, if you look at some of our foods out here, I'll just give you some ideas of what we have. This organic wheat right here is the best in the industry. Okay. I can go into this and teach you about wheat, but I think I'll do that a little later because this video is going to be a little bit long. But same thing with right here, parboiled rice. When you look at parboiled rice, why isn't it just regular white rice that's been bleached? And then you have to enrich it. Because parboiled rice has more nutrition to it. It's been partially boiled. In fact, if you can grab, would you mind, Mitzi, can you grab the bottle of parboiled rice? I'll just show them the color. What happens in the industry is if you take brown rice, you can't store it because it has too many oils in it. It goes rancid over time. So people go to white rice, and now you can get 30 years out of white rice. Okay, it's really easy to do that. But what happens is now you're losing the nutrients. And if you look at this rice, this is parboiled rice. What color is it? Yeah, it's brown. It's kind of like a tan brown, isn't it? But this still can last 30 years. The way they do it, they figured out in India thousands of years ago that if you partially boil the rice, where you leave the bran on it and you partially boil it, it puts the nutrients into the kernel. And then you take the bran off and get rid of the oils, and now you got a rice that not only has more nutrients to it, but it cooks quicker at this point. And these days they don't boil it, they steam it, okay? But it's the same idea. They steam it, put the nutrients in it, take the bran off, and now you got long, long-lasting rice, but nutritious rice as well. So what do we sell? Parboiled rice, because it's better. Does that make sense? We're always trying to figure out the better way to do it. For example, our quick oats, okay? When you look at the quick oats, these are steamed quick oats. Why don't we do oat groats? Okay, because we're taking a chance of them going rancid quicker. If you can steam it, you can kill the aging process a lot faster. And the best way to steam it is by flattening it and making it really small. And the smallest one is quick oats over rolled oats. Now, rolled oats will still work, but quick oats are better. Does that make sense? And I can go down this whole list. I mean, you got some amazing pasta. You have de-germed cornmeal, where if you can de-germ it, it'll last longer and not go bad rather than keeping the germ in. Does that make sense? So we buy de-germed, high-end cornmeal. We just go on and on. And by the way, one of the things I'm not showing you guys here while we're at it here is that we fill up our cans, and that's awesome. I'm going to get to that later in the course, but nobody in the industry I know of does that. Okay, you go on right here. You have quick cooked beans, red. You have black. You have pinto. You have sweet potatoes. Which, by the way, out of all the potatoes here, those are amazing. All these potatoes are amazing. But when I worked with the Navy SEALs, when I was supplying them a lot of food some years ago, guess what they bought the most? Sweet potatoes. And we have freeze-dried and dehydrated. Which one do you think they bought the most? Dehydrated. Yeah. If you look at the difference in nutrients and calories from the dehydrated freeze-dried, dehydrated blows it away. You'd never think that, okay? But dehydrated is what they would buy from us. You go on here and you look at, all the different types of meats. You have this one I put up there earlier. You have our milk. Oh my goodness, our milk is amazing. Let me just show you something real quick while I'm at it right here. I'll grab the milk and I'll just show you everything we do here. We try to figure out what is the best way to do it for emergencies. And if we have no heat, no blender or anything else, we can take literally cold water, and I'm going to have you guys feel that. Is that cold? It's pretty cold, isn't it? Okay. I could take cold water, and I could take our milk, and I'll just show you an example, okay? I could take our milk, and I could stick it in the cold water, okay? Right there. Oops. Yeah, I did this yesterday, and was that you that yelped? Yeah, okay. That was you that yelped. But watch this right here, okay? I'm putting the milk into the cold water. If anybody knows anything about milk, do you see what's happening right there? Okay. Because sometimes if you don't get those clumps out and you try to drink that milk, you'll hate milk for weeks. Okay. But look at this. Do you see anything on top anymore? No. That milk just mixed in super easy. When I found this milk supplier, I asked them, how in the world are you doing that? Because when you do other milks, and I'll give you an example so you can see the difference. Let me grab regular milk right here, and I'll take it and put it in here as well. Here's regular milk. I'm going to pop it in there. Okay, and I'll just stick a bunch in there. Okay, do you remember how fast the other one just disintegrated? Look at that right there, okay? It's clumping on the top, and you can't get it to mix, okay? It just stays there, and it sticks to the side of the jar, and it just clumps up, okay? When I was talking to our supplier, I said, how in the world are you doing that? And he says, well, we microsize the milk. And I'm like, seriously? And he goes, yeah, we do a special process, and we're able to make it really absorb very quickly. And I'm like, okay, you became our milk supplier. Does that make sense? So there's all these little things. And again, we're talking dehydrated versus freeze-dried, but all these little things you wouldn't know about. And I'll go further, see if there's anything else I want to point out here. Let's see. These peaches, by the way, are delicious. These are freeze-dried. But the thing is, they did this in a certain way where the freeze-dried is going to be better than dehydrated. It tastes awesome. Anybody want to try some? In fact, go ahead and pass it around. You can take some freeze-dried peaches and try that out. Okay, let me see if I want to point anything else out here. You got non-GMO. All our foods are non-GMO. Okay, non-GMO corn, that's hard to find. Garlic. Everybody should have a can of freeze-dried garlic, period. Okay, it's a natural antibiotic during emergencies. So when we get sick, my kids, literally, we take a spoonful of garlic and eat it, and it actually helps us heal quicker. So you should have that. But what we found also is that that garlic is cheaper and better than regular garlic from the store and doesn't go bad and doesn't go hard or anything like that, that we just use garlic for, freeze-dried garlic for all our cooking now. We just open it up, put it in smaller packages so it stays better longer. Let me get the microphone for you. Go ahead.
Is your garlic powdered or is it little pieces?
Little pieces. Anybody brave?
I am.
Okay, I'll grab one. Okay, what I'll do is I'm going to show you this real quick. I'm going to take one little tiny bit of garlic. Okay, the littlest tiny bit. I don't know if you can zero in. Kyle, can you zero in on this? I'm going to grab one piece of garlic and just show. I don't know if the camera can get that. Okay.
That's minced size.
That little tiny. Can you get close to that, or is it too hard to? Okay, I'm holding it, and you can see how small that garlic is. Okay, did you get that? Okay. Okay, I'm going to have one of you guys taste it, or a couple of you taste it. Just take one little tiny bit and tell me what happens when you try it. Okay. So go ahead and try one little tiny bit. Okay? Okay, go ahead. You go for it. There you go. Okay, anybody else? You guys are so brave. Oh my goodness. Isn't that delicious? Yeah? And I'm hearing you guys saying, that's so potent, that's so strong, that's delicious. This is what we're talking about. This is quality garlic. It's not cheap stuff. Yeah, you'd sit here, wow. Yeah, it's really good. It's amazing. But that's the type of stuff.
I have a tingle on my tongue.
A tingle on your tongue? Is it a good tingle? Yeah, awesome. Good deal. Any other thoughts? Did it surprise you?
It just tasted like fresh garlic.
Yeah, it's amazing. Isn't that awesome? And so the thing is, if you get quality, again, buy once, cry once, right? Get quality. You're getting stuff that during an emergency you're going to be craving, you're going to be wanting because it's good stuff. Go ahead.
Not only that, but I have a freeze dryer. You think I'm going to be chopping a billion cloves of garlic, peeling and chopping them,
it ruins
and
your freeze dryer.
making my
It
house
stinks it.
stink for a week?
Yeah.
No, I'm just going to buy the can. Thank you very much. It's delicious.
Exactly.
Some things are just worth just getting.
Oh yeah, yeah. You don't take a chance on onions and garlic. Don't try to freeze dry those. But we can go on in here. I don't want to bore you guys to death with a whole bunch of foods. But let's go ahead and keep going. Did you have a comment? Here.
With all of the fat in butter, how do you keep the butter powder?
Got it. Okay, so it's actually, the fat is a lot less in the butter powder. So that's a great question. So that's one of the things we're going to talk about. In fact, you're getting me to keep going and stop being ADD like I just was. And we're going to keep going on the presentation. Next one is light. And light is going to ruin food. And can somebody read this out loud for us? Who has a good booming voice who hasn't read yet?
The exposure of foods to light can result in its deterioration, also known as photodegradation. Photodegradation usually recurs in pigments, fats, proteins, and vitamins, resulting in the discoloration, off flavors, and vitamin loss of foods.
Yep. And so what happens is this. This food right here, this is a green bean, but it doesn't look green anymore. This was left in the light for probably about a week, just to show you guys what happens to green beans. The chlorophyll just disappears, the off flavors, the rancidity, all the different things that happen just from light alone. So people think, okay, well, what's the best thing to do? And my suggestion, keep it in the can until you need to use it. If you're going to put it in a bottle like this, then take some tin foil and put it around the bottle so light can't get to it, right? And put it in a dark closet, whatever you need to do. When I go to Greece, they buy things of oils and those go rancid very quickly, right? But in Greece, where my dad was living, he would have big, gigantic jugs of oil, of olive oil, in really dark bottles in a cool location, and it would last so much longer. And that's what you need to do, is you got to keep food away from light. Does that make sense? Let's I'm going to have you read the next one as well. And this is oxygen. And go ahead and read that little blurb.
Oxygen causes rancidity in foods containing unsaturated fats. Even slight rancidity can make a food undesirable. Oxygen causes nutritional value to be lost, especially vitamins A, C, D, and E. Removal of oxygen will kill any insects, larvae, and their eggs that may be present.
Yeah, and a lot of powders do have eggs in them. I don't know if you don't know that. But I remember being at BYU, and I was decided one morning as a single BYU student that I was going to eat really healthy. Everybody was asleep. It was just me. I was awake. And I thought, I'm not going to eat pizza this morning. I'm actually going to eat something healthy. And so I decided to go to the cupboard, and I kind of fumbled down there, and I got the little oatmeal packets, those little tiny ones that you grab and you open up and stick in the bowl. And I thought, man, I'm doing really good today. All the oatmeal packets with all the sugar and stuff, right? You open it up, and I put it in a bowl, and I put a couple packets in there, and I stuck some water in there, stuck it in the microwave, and I'm rubbing my eyes and waiting for it to beep. And I go, beep, oh, awesome. Let's grab that food. Grab it, and I sat down and I just vividly remember this. That's the funny thing. I sat down on the couch in the living room with the lights on, totally by myself, and I just started chomping away. And I go, man, I'm so proud of myself for eating healthy today. I mean, look at all those grains. There's like dark grains and light grains and everything else. And then I started looking closer, and I go, oh, the dark grains have legs. That's so weird. I didn't know they had legs. Yeah, they were dead by that point because I just boiled them, right? And I'm just eating this. I had eaten so many of these before I noticed that there was bugs in there, and I was like, oh my goodness. And I literally thought, if I was in a third world country now starving and this was a survival situation or something else, I'd finish this, right? So guess what I did? No, I threw it away. But but I thought about it. I did think about it. And the funny thing about it is I went back to those packets, put my fingers on it, and I literally can feel the thing, all of them moving on the edges of my fingers, okay, just as a visual. I know, ooh, all the women just said, ooh. But the thing about it is there are eggs in almost everything. And if you don't get rid of the oxygen, they can grow in your food. And so you got to be really, really careful. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's like, it's not going to kill you to have some eggs, right? You eat them all the time and you don't even know, okay? And so anyway, let's go ahead and move forward. This is one of the things I don't want you to get fooled by, and this is one of the gimmicks in our industry, that people are doing they were doing nitrogen or CO2 flushes instead of oxygen absorbers because it gets expensive to put an oxygen absorber in, and it takes time, and often you have to do it by hand, okay? So they were doing what's called a CO2 or nitrogen flush. Let me show you what that looks like, okay? If you can imagine a container going by, and the container's doing this. How much oxygen is still in there? A ton. So there was a study done a while ago, and this was between a company called Wise and a company called Mountain House. Now, Wise wasn't using oxygen absorbers at the time. They were doing nitrogen flushes, I believe, or CO2 I think it was just CO2 flushes, something like that. But what happened is they tested their oxygen levels at the time, and they tested Mountain House's oxygen levels, which was used. They were using oxygen absorbers. And if you don't know what that is, could you grab an oxygen absorber and I'll just show them? Okay. And typically for every gallon of food or less, you're going to want to use a 300 cc, which is overkill, by the way. But 300 cc oxygen absorber is perfect. So if you're doing a big bucket of food and you're using a big pouch inside there, just remember 300 cc for every gallon of food. Right? And it's super easy to remember. Now, when they did this testing, let me grab that. I'll just show you. Okay, so this is what an oxygen absorber looks like. This is a 300 cc oxygen absorber. When you stick it in the food and seal the food, you have to do it pretty quickly, because just by me taking this out, it's going to start getting warm. And it's just going to get the oxygen out of the air with the little metal pieces in here. But when you put it in there, it sucks out the oxygen and leaves it oxygen free, where that food can last for a long, long time, because there's no oxygen in it or moisture or whatever else. So that's what this is. I'll just put this down for now. But when they did that study, take a look at this. The average oxygen, if you can look at there, you got some outliers on the Wise Foods. You can see that some of them were closer to 12% oxygen level, but almost all of them were closer to 18% or higher. Now, if you notice what the top one is, if you look at the very, very top line, you'll see that it hits 20.95. Do you know what 20.95 signifies?
Air you breathe.
It's the air you breathe. So most people don't know that most of the air you're breathing right now is nitrogen. But 20.95%, whether you're at sea level or in the mountains, it's just less dense in the mountains, but it's the same percentages, okay, is 20.95. So if you look at that, the 18.25 is almost atmospheric. It's almost what we breathe all day long. The military standard is it has to have 2% or less oxygen in it. With an oxygen absorber, do you see what the average was? 0.16. Way less than 1%. Does that make sense? So don't get fooled. You should have oxygen absorbers in your food. Okay? Good packaging is going to take care of water, light, and oxygen, but you, okay, need to take care of the heat, and I'll get into that in just a little bit. You need to make sure you're storing it in a good place. So let's talk a little bit about the last of all the 5 food killers, and this is food composition. This is what I had to figure out by making a stupid mistake, about a $20,000 mistake, okay? And I'll talk about this here. Let me ask you, what's going to last longer on a shelf, a whole grain or a powder? Okay, whole grain, right? And I ask the question, why? Okay, why would a whole grain last? I mean, same food, right? Let's go ahead. Right there on the end.
It has that protective covering.
It does, yeah. And then when you grind it, what you're doing is you're exposing, you're increasing the surface area and exposing it to humidity, to oxygen, to light, and everything else. You're ruining your food. So when people ask me, should I store flour for long term, I say absolutely not. You're killing all the nutrients. You're ruining your food when you do that. Store it as a grain. Learn how to grind your grain into a powder and try to use it within 48 hours if you're going to cook with it, right? Or put it in the freezer or refrigerator or a cold place, and it can last a little bit longer without losing the nutrients. Does that make sense? Okay, so were you going to say something?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
So if I grind my wheat
Mhm.
and put it in a jar
Mhm.
with a packet, a CC
Oxygen absorber.
oxygen absorber, and then suck the air out of it, and
Mhm.
it seals it,
Yeah.
will it be okay?
It's gonna be better, but it's not gonna be optimal because you're still losing nutrients. Does that make sense? It's not the best way to do it. And so, in fact, I'm gonna go a little bit further. What do you think is gonna last longer on a shelf? Greasy fries, where they've been cooked and heated to the point where the oil changes its molecular structure and oxidizes a lot quicker. And I'm giving you enough hints, I think, hopefully. Okay. Or dried potato flakes without oil in them.
Greasy fries are not going to make it to the freeze dryer.
Yeah. Exactly. There you are. But there are some fast food companies I know very well that their fries could probably last through the millennium. okay, for 1,000 years, and you can probably still use them. And so cockroaches will eat them. I mean, a whole bunch of stuff. So that's the caveat for French fries, and I'm totally kidding. Don't do it at home. Don't. Okay. Anyways, so greasy fries, not going to last. It's going to go rancid. In fact, a couple stories really quickly. One of them is my friend Iran. So he's a really good friend of mine. He was one of our first investors for our company. And when we had started this company, I'd learned enough about food to know what works and what doesn't work. And I went to his house and he said, check it out, I've got 25-year shelf life food. It's going to be good for 25 years. And I'm like, okay, tell me, tell me more about it. And he said, I'll show you. Come down to my basement. He opens it up and shows me this room with all this food in it. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, well, this one's freeze-dried meals. That'll work. But you got totally oily granola in here. It's been cooked in tons of oils, and it has nuts in there, and those have been cooked too. And I said, how long have you had this? He goes, about a year or 2 years. And I said, that's rancid by now. And he goes, no, it's 25 years. So look, it says on the packet, 25-year shelf life, guaranteed, right? I said, they're lying to you. I said, that's totally rancid by now. And he goes, well, they wouldn't lie to me. And I said, you're rich, open one up, and see what happens. And so he opened one up. Guess what? Totally rancid, completely rancid. And you'd be surprised how many food storage companies do tricks to reel you in and not tell you what's going to work and what's not going to work, which is sad because when you think about it, if a little kid doesn't get to eat during an emergency because your food went bad and you don't have enough food or it's just uneatable, I mean, that's really sad to think about somebody losing their life, especially somebody innocent like that. And it's just, you can't put $1 billion on the price tag of a person's life. Does that make sense? As much money as you want to make. It's just not fair to those people. And a lot of these companies know that they're doing it wrong, by the way. It's not ignorance, okay? So anyways, let's go into the next one. Which one do you think is going to last longer on a shelf? More ingredients, all bundled together and uncooked, or less ingredients? Okay? So if I were to take a ton of stuff like this packet right here, which literally has about, I'd say 70 ingredients on it, okay? And I were to take one ingredient, which is pineapple chunks, for example, what do you think is going to last longer? Pineapple chunks. What does the pineapple chunks have to react to? Pineapple. It's the same thing. But if you were to take all these ingredients and stick them in a pouch like probably 95 to 99% of the emergency food market does, and put it in a pouch with all these ingredients in there, okay, you're going to have problems. I mean, take a look at this right here, okay? This is what happens to most pancake mixes. And they put a 20-year shelf life on it, and it's exploding, okay? In fact, I have a picture up here I think I can show you guys. I'll show you in just a minute. But it's exploding because it has a base. It has a base and an acid in it. It's baking powder, okay? Baking powder is not meant to be packaged like this. If you have just enough moisture in there, okay, so the moisture was enough in here. Sometimes it doesn't explode because the moisture isn't enough. But if there's enough moisture, it's going to activate the baking powder and it's going to explode over time, okay, because it has a base and an acid together. Does that make sense? So if you can imagine that on a minute scale, imagine 50 items in there, or 50 ingredients. Did it just blow up? Oh my goodness, that's scary. I've been waiting for it to blow up, but hey, how are you? Good to see you. But if you can imagine 50 different food items in there, you're going to have the salt break down something, a base and an acid. You're going to have all these different reactions happening over time. And over 25 years, you're going to have a food that tastes horrible. In fact, one of my stories is that I ended up getting about $20,000 worth of food. And I thought, okay, it says it had a 20-year shelf life. I thought it was safe. The company seemed reputable. They were a huge company. They sold to all the big names out there. They were selling in Costco. And I thought, well, if they sell to all those people, somebody vetted them. And literally, their food went bad in about 1 year. Okay, I went to eat that food, and I have all this food now. Okay, tons of food. Okay, you think $5,000, $6,000 is a bad mistake. Okay, I opened it up and I went to eat it. And I was like, oh, it's not bad, just trying it out. And about probably 45 minutes, probably maybe a minute later, I felt this weird aftertaste. And I thought, oh, that doesn't taste too good. And then I tried it again, and it was like 45 seconds I could taste it, and 30 seconds, 15 seconds, and 5 seconds. And then every single bite I took, I could taste that aftertaste. Has anybody ever experienced that? Like you can, it's horrendous. Okay. So I thought, I don't want to throw away all this food. So I waited, I think, a week or so and cooked up another one and went to taste it. And it wasn't a minute later, my body remembered the taste. It was the second I tasted it, I could taste that aftertaste. And so I threw it away. I got rid of it. I got rid of a lot of food. That was my big lesson, to learn the 5 food killers. That's what got me thinking, well, if I got rid of the 4, why is this going bad? And that's where I started learning about food composition. Does that make sense? Okay. So it gives you a little bit more of an idea. One of the things I teach people is, why in the world wouldn't companies just do it right? And I'll tell you how to do it right. You want to know the difference? If I were to take this same exact package right here with 50 ingredients in it, and I were to put it in a big vat, you have 2 companies, okay? One is putting all these same ingredients in this vat, and they mix up the dry ingredients. The second company does the same thing and mixes up the dry ingredients. Company A says, we're done. And then they put it in a whole bunch of pouches and make $1 billion. Okay, they didn't do anything else. And then the food changes over time and goes bad, and you don't know if it's going to happen in 1 year, it's going to happen in 10 or 15 years. Pretty much 25 years, something's going to happen if you have that many crazy ingredients in it. Does that make sense? But the second company says, wait a minute, we don't want that to happen. So on day 1, let's mix all these together, and then let's add water to it, because that'll diffuse all the chemicals and all the different things in it. Let's diffuse it into the rest of the food and mix it all together. Okay? Oh, but that's not enough. Let's take that now and let's put that in pans, okay? And get it all ready to cook up. And now let's put it in the oven for an hour. And now when we're done with that, let's let it cool for an hour. And now let's put it in deep freezers for about 2 to 3 days so it's rock hard. And now let's put it into a freeze dryer for 2 days. And when you do that and you cook it and diffuse it with water, all the chemical reactions that can happen over 25 years happen right then. When you cook that food, it happens right then. There's nothing to change, because all the salt mixed with everything, and garlic's in it. I mean, all of it's mixed together. Does that make sense? And you cooked it. But companies don't want to do that, because guess what? It's expensive. It costs way too much. So most of them say, let's make $1 billion. And this company right here says, let's do it right. They put out 10,000 pouches. They put out 300,000 pouches. Guess who's making money? Right? And that's what happens in the industry. Just to give you a feel. Does that make sense? No. No, you shouldn't. Unless it's been pre-cooked. So people ask me, can you do pancake mix? I say, sure, you can do pancake mix. If you make the pancakes and freeze dry them, then you can put the pancakes in there, but now it's taking up a bunch of space, right, for pancakes. But that's the way you can assure it. Does that principle make sense to you guys? Okay? That's hard knocks for me, by the way, to learn that. Let me get the microphone. Go ahead.
How do you know if a company has pre-cooked their meal before packaging?
That is an amazing question, and I'm going to answer that pretty soon. So that's a great question. But let's give you guys a little quiz. You ready? What's going to last longer, dehydrated meals or freeze-dried meals? Yeah, because they're pre-cooked, right? Okay, dehydrated fruits or freeze-dried fruits?
Doesn't it depend if it's open or not?
Yeah, that's a good point. Open or closed, right? Yeah. Let's say all of these are sealed. Let's say all of these are sealed. It's actually freeze-dried, but sometimes some dehydrated ones are dry enough, like those apples, that you can go a long time. Okay, plus sugar sometimes preserves food as well. Okay, whey milk that has fat in it, or non-fat 100% milk. You guys are getting the idea. Good job. Okay, nutty, oily, cooked granola that stinks over time, or freeze-dried no-nut granola. Okay, you guys are getting really good at this. Okay. Okay, oxygen absorbers or CO2 flushes, nitrogen flushes. You guys got it. Okay, cans or pouches? Ah, that's a tricky one. Okay. Yeah, if you have good pouches and stinky cans, the pouches are going to outdo the cans. If you have good cans and stinky pouches, the cans are going to do better than the pouches. In general, cans are always better, period. Okay, so I always tell people, try to do cans when you can. If you have to, go to a good quality pouch, and I'll talk about that later. Pancake mix or quick oats? Quick oats, less ingredients, right? Okay, it's one ingredient. MRE or freeze-dried meals? Okay, freeze-dried meals, because MRE has a whole bunch of stuff, and you're supposed to rotate it every 5 to 7 years, but you can probably get a little bit more than that. But you guys got the idea. So anyways, I think you guys graduated from the 5 food killers, so congratulations on that. And we're going to get to the next video where we're going to be talking about packaging and talking about some of the questions you guys had about cans, pouches, and even buckets. Okay, do you guys want to take a quick stretch and then we'll keep going? That was the longest part of the course, by the way. So it's going to get a little bit faster from here. Go ahead and stretch for about 2 minutes online as well, and then we'll get to the next part. If anybody needs to use the restroom, go for it. So how are you, my friend? So good to see you. You look amazing, by the way. Yeah, you look so good.
By, I was like,
yeah. For Discus. That's right. And so anyways, he stopped by, so he's gracing me with his presence. But he's a really good friend, and it's so good to see him. Like we haven't seen each other in a while. Anyways, but let's catch up. I don't. Come on over and let's start up. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay, yeah, let's fill in, and let's go ahead and get started. Yep. Could a couple of you come over here if you don't mind? Yeah, if you don't mind. Awesome, thank you. And just fill in the seats in the middle. Awesome. You guys are stalwart for going this late tonight. Thank you for being here. And let's get a couple more people in the front there. Perfect. Awesome. Good deal. Is anyone sitting here or?
Yes.
Okay. Restroom. Cut it out. Okay. Let's go ahead. Just wait 1 minute, but we'll get started in just a minute. Okay. Okay, we're about to start the packaging section of this, and we're going to go into cans, pouches, and buckets. But I had a couple questions during the break that people wanted to ask me, and I can't remember the questions. But do you have a microphone? And then we'll go ahead and talk about those questions. Go ahead.
Can I ask it now?
Sure. Yeah. What was?
Okay, it was about.
Wait, I think is it on? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
It was about the canned meals.
Yep.
And there's just the two of us, and it's a number 10 can. We
Yeah.
are not going to eat a number 10 can of a prepared meal
Yep.
at one time.
Yeah, and that's a great question. So let me give you my advice on that, and I'll go a little bit further. Thank you for grabbing that. Perfect. And in fact, I'll show you these right here. These ones that we carry. So I've done a lot of my own meals in the past where we gave them to celebrities, and they would put their names on it. And I told them ahead of time, we made this meal optimally, uncooked, and it'll last about 7 or 8 years before it could go bad. And then I went to their websites, and guess what I would see? Up to 25-year shelf life. Okay, everybody does it. The funny thing is I told them ahead of time, but then everybody does it. These right here, all the meals that we sell are pre-cooked. All of them are pre-cooked. Okay, we spend more money to get quality because it's stupid to spend half that much getting a cheaper product that goes bad. Just pay more and get the right thing. Does that make sense? So that's what those are. Back to your question, what I would tell you is this: if you're concerned about that, get pouches. Okay, but you can always open up a can, put it in smaller containers like a mason jar or whatever, suck out the air, or just fill it up all the way, put it in a thick plastic bag, push it down, get all the air out, and put it in 2 bags if you need to after that so that oxygen can't get in and humidity can't get in. Keep it in a dark spot, and your food will last a long time. Okay, if you're ever concerned that your food might have problems, for example, you got to remember, if you can cook the food, if it smells good, all that stuff, if you cook the food over 265 degrees, it's going to kill any botulism or anything underneath that. Okay, that's the worst of them, right? If you cook it in an oven or whatever and get it up to that amount of heat, it's going to be killing everything anyway, so you don't have to worry. It's like my dad from Greece. For some reason, he didn't throw away rotten milk. Okay, and I'm like, he goes, it's good, it's good. I'm like, Dad, it stinks. And he goes, oh, just boil it. And I'm like, oh, my goodness, Greek men. You know, it's just kind of funny, but it does kill things, right? And then you can keep going. Now, I don't know why I didn't die. You know, I should have died from all the stuff I ate from him, but for some reason, people still live, you know? So that's the answer I would give you. Does that make sense? Yes. Awesome. Okay, so let's get into packaging and let's get into the cans, pouches, and everything else. So when it comes to preparedness, you got to remember that looking at this little chart right here, okay, good packaging is going to take care of the water, the light, and the oxygen. As a manufacturer, our responsibility is to take care of the water, the light, the oxygen, and have the right composition of food, because that's not your problem, that's our problem. We should be packaging the right stuff from the get-go. Your concern or your responsibility once you take the food home is to make sure it doesn't get too hot, right? And you don't put it in a place where it's gonna, you know, get wet, rust or whatever else. So you got to protect your food is what you got to do. So when it comes to cans and pouches, cans are amazing for long-term storage. They're amazing for long-term storage. Okay, it's the best thing out there if you get a good can. Okay, pouches are amazing for grab-and-go kits. So there's a reason to use pouches. There's a reason to use cans. So just keep that in mind. Now, not all cans are alike. Okay, some of them are weak. We tested out some cans where most of the companies out here are using some cans from another country, and it saved us a ton of money. And we were told by the can manufacturer, oh yeah, these are good as any can out there. And we were paying for a can in California. So we bought a bunch of pallets and tested out this can from it was Mexico at the time. And it was a thinner can. It had more ridges on it to make up for the thickness. And it was a lighter can, and they dented all over the place. So we just said, okay, let's pay more money for a better can. So now we have a can out of California, which is the best can in the market that I know of. It's just a very high quality can. Now, the other thing is we pay extra money for an enamel. And a lot of people are out there buying food from the cannery from around here, and they don't understand that the cannery doesn't use liners. So this is a food grade liner. See how this is gold? It doesn't have to be gold, but this kind of just shows you. Okay, there's a liner on the inside and a liner on the outside. This liner is a safe, BPA-free liner for food. Excuse me. It's a liner for food to go in, and it's made for wet packed food. What that means is food that goes in with water in it, like tuna fish. Okay? So it's made for wet packed food, so the liner is going to protect the water from getting to the metal and rusting from the inside out. Okay? So with that in mind, this right here, if you put dry packed food in there, like we do, dehydrated and freeze-dried food, it can last hundreds of years and not get through that liner. And when you have a liner on the outside, it doesn't rust from the outside in and break the seals, so you're getting oxygen back in. So the right way to do cans is put a liner. The people who are doing it without lined cans, especially if there's more moisture in the food, in that particular food, so some foods are going to go quicker than others, obviously, okay? They'll put powders in here like sugars and flours and everything else, and years later they open up their whatever their can is, and especially powdery foods are going to suck in a metal taste and a metal smell. And when they go to cook with it or eat it, it's the same exact thing where you eat it, you go, oh, that's not bad, and a minute later, oh, this is bad. And then you get used to it. And this one of our clients was saying, yeah, I opened up sugar and used it, and I tasted it, and after a while I could taste it really strong. So I thought, well, I'll just cook it in my foods. And so she made a whole bunch of, I think it was muffins. Was it? Do you remember the story? I think it was muffins that she made, a whole bunch of treats or something like that. And because she tasted it before, she knew the taste. When she went to eat that, she could taste it in every single one of them. Okay? And maybe other people couldn't, but she got used to the taste. Does that make sense? So you just got to go, if you're going to do it right, is what I'm trying to say, okay? And get the right cans. This is an example of one of my clients right here. Do you see that can on the inside? That was an unlined can that had rice in it. Do you see how rusted it is on the inside without even opening it? Because the rice actually had more moisture than it should have had. Okay, and there's just enough oxygen in there to do that. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, which one's less secure when you look at it? Obviously, the pouches. I don't know if you guys have ever in your life had rodents get into your house. Okay, we had rodents get into my house, and they went towards our food storage in our basement, and they chewed at the labels of all our cans. And I kept those cans because I thought that was really cool that they ate the labels but couldn't get in the can. But the boxes where they can eat through the boxes and get to the pouches, they got to the pouches and they got into the pouch box, and those little stinkers, I mean, if they ate one pouch and stuck to it, that would be awesome. But they nibble at every single pouch, okay? And they all were ruined. We had to throw them away. So I tell people, be real careful with pouches. Cans are always the best for long-term storage because of a whole bunch of reasons, okay? Including bad seals. That's another story as well. I bought a whole bunch of pouched food, and what happens is when you're pouching that food, sometimes powders get in the little seal when they're sealing it. And because of those powders, I was able to push it, and it powdered kind of shot out the top, little holes. And I thought, that stinks. And so cans don't really do that. They actually seal really well. Okay, so not all pouches are like. Some look metallic, but they're junk. And some look like plastic, but they're really high quality. Okay, I'm going to show you an example of what I'm talking about. Let's take this pouch, and let's take, where's the other pouch I had? Right here, okay? I'm gonna show you these right here. When you look at it, I don't know if you can see in the video. Okay, I'm gonna show you the inside. People look at these pouches and they say, oh, that's a good Mylar pouch. Now, Mylar is a brand name, okay? Just like Kleenex is a brand name for tissue, okay? But they look at it and say, oh, look at all that silvery in there. It's just, wow, awesome Mylar. Okay, and then they look at this one and say, oh, it looks exactly the same, silvery. Look at all that Mylar. They're both thick and they're amazing and everything else. But let me just show you what happens when you take a light and you put it through this one right here. Do you see that? I don't know if you can see it in the camera or not. Do you see that? Yeah. Okay. If light can get through that easily, what else is going to get through over 25 years? Yeah. And so this is a cheaper pouch. They can say it's a 5 mil, 6 mil, 7 mil, and it might protect against a couple of things, but it's not going to protect against everything, okay? So this right here is what's called a metallized pouch. This right here is what's called a foil pouch. See the difference? See that? Now, not all foil pouches are great either, okay? Sometimes foil pouches are so cheap that the metallized pouch is better. But if you have a good quality foil pouch, it beats everything. In fact, I'll do this just for fun. Let's grab I'll grab one of, let me see if I can find one that I haven't used much. Give me just a minute. I'm going to grab something. I'll grab a pouch. Let me see if I can find one here that I haven't used a ton in my presentations. This one looks like I haven't used it. This one's from about 10, 12 years ago, but it looks like I opened it up once. And I do use the same one over and over in presentations, but I'm going to start a new one right here. Okay, and let's get, you're pretty strong. Get over here. Okay, let's go ahead and take this pouch, and I want you to take it, and I want you to put your hand right in the middle like this. Okay, not on the edges or anything like that. Right in the middle right here, and I want you to try to pull it apart. Okay, you got that on the video? Okay, go ahead. You can't do it, can you? Isn't that amazing? You look at this and you think, I can pull apart. I can't pull it apart. I'll take this pouch right here, and I'll probably go to maybe 10 to 20 presentations where I'll have big, strong football guys and everything trying to pull it apart, and they won't be able to, and finally it'll tear on the edge a little bit, and they'll be able to do it. But that's a quality pouch. Does that make sense? So you always want to find good quality pouches if you're going to be doing your food, because you don't want to take a chance on your food. Does that make sense? Okay, awesome. Here is a study that was done, and this was done with, again, with Mountain House, with, I think it was actually it was a bunch of companies. But what happened here is Mountain House is at the very top, and this was done before Mountain House waited 30 years to open up their pouches. They actually have a quality pouch. They don't give a shelf life like most companies do until it hits that date. So Mountain House has been around for 50, 60 years. They waited 30 years, opened up their pouch, and the food was perfectly good. Now, at the very top, you have Alpine Air and Backpacker's Pantry, which also are hiking companies. And you'll notice they have 5 years and 7 years as their shelf life. Okay, and this water vapor transfer rate study is studying how much water vapor can get through over their stated shelf lives. Okay, so if you look at that, you see 0.08 of 1 ounce for Mountain House. You go down Backpacker's Pantry, 0.24 of 1 ounce, okay, which is still a lot. But now you get to the rest of them, and the rest of them are long-term food storage companies in the industry, which is interesting. Some of these companies actually look at their packaging. In their packaging, they had hikers food and they had long-term food storage. And guess what packaging was worse? The long-term food storage. It was worse than their hikers packaging, which surprised me. It should have been the other way around because it's supposed to last. But you look at this right here, you have these companies right here that were clean, but Food Supply Depot is different than Food Storage Depot. That's us, okay, by the way. But you look at it right here, they're doing 25 years, 25 years, 20 years, and 15 years, and look how much water could get through in their packaging using their metallized pouch over the years that they claimed. Okay, that's a lot of water that could get through. Just weakens over time. Does that make sense? So get a quality pouch is what I'm trying to say. Here's my friend trying to pull it apart. He was a big football guy, and he couldn't do it, okay? Just like you, just like me, right? Okay? Well, not saying that I'm a big, I'm saying you're big and strong. I'm skinny and fat, you know, right? Okay. Anyways, so why in the world would they do pouches over cans? If you think about it, cans, metal, is expensive, super expensive compared to a pouch. I can get a few big rolls of film for pouches, and it can take the place of a whole truckload of cans. So if I wanted to make money off of you, what am I going to do? Pouches. I'll use the cheapest pouches I can. I'll do a vertical fill, form, and seal machine. It'll just make the pouches on the spot, which is a really weak seam, okay? And I'll just do a ton of those because I can make a lot more money off of you because those cans are really, really expensive, okay? So let's get to buckets. This is the last one. And buckets are in a different category. Some people put their food in buckets. I would recommend get a good foil pouch if you can, or a thick Mylar if you're going to do that, because the bucket's also going to protect the food as well. But buckets are porous. So when people put food right in there and stick oxygen absorbers and put a seal on it, it might be good for a little bit, but that oxygen gets right back in over time. So you got to do something inside that bucket if you're going to do it. If you're going to do the right buckets, you're going to want to get a 90 mil thickness or better. Do we have a bucket you can grab me, if you don't mind? You're going to want a food grade bucket. You're going to want a good gasket seal lid that has literally a plastic, a rubber seal inside that actually seals and keeps bugs and everything out and oxygen out as much as possible. You want to add a large pouch if possible. Add oxygen absorbers. Remember, 300 cc for every gallon, or do the math if you're going to get a bigger 2,000 cc or something like that. It's going to protect from some critters, okay, but not all of them. And it's handy for a lot of other reasons as well, because you can use those buckets to scoop up snow, to carry water, to use as a toilet. I mean, there's just so many things you can use. One of the things I wanted to show, and I don't know if she is able to get that bucket, but when you look at the bucket, if you get a good bucket, it's going to have a little lip on the bottom, and I'll just show you real quick. Oh, good. Yeah, that's good. Actually, she brought more than I need, but this is cool. See right here, there's a little lip on the bottom that keeps the bottom of the bucket off of the floor, because plastic is porous. It'll bring taste, chemicals, concrete taste, anything through the bucket sometimes. Does that make sense? So you want to get it off the floor as much as possible. So that lip's really important. And I'm probably going way too much into buckets so you can understand them. But these right here are two different lids. Both of them have gasket seals on them. This one is a permanent lid. This one is, there's a company called Gamma, but this is not a Gamma lid. We found a better one that has better plasticity on the actual twister lid, on a twist lid. And this right here, you can put the gasket around the side, and this has a gasket underneath and a gasket right here. So if you need to get to things over and over, you just unscrew this and get to it without having to pop off the lid every time. It just makes it a little bit easier. So thanks for grabbing that. I forgot all about these lids. So thank you. Anyway, okay, let's get to the next part of our, yeah, let's get the microphone. Hold on one sec. Go ahead.
Is it possible there would be a spray product that you could coat the inside of the bucket with that's like metallic and would in fact seal it well?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that. So thank you. Okay, let's get to the next video where I'm actually going to be. Let's get to the next video where I'm actually going to be talking a little bit more about the gimmicks that you see in the industry, and I'm going to expose a bunch of them so that you guys don't fall for those same gimmicks. Is that fair? Does that sound fun? Okay, let's do that. Okay. Let's see how I put this. All right. So let's just get into it, and I'll just keep going. All right, so I'm going to expose a lot of the marketing gimmicks that are in the industry and in the preparedness industry, especially with food, but this has to do with a lot of other companies as well. You got to remember, if you see a ton of advertising out there for products in the industry, more than likely it's a cheap product with huge margins. And the sad thing is that a lot of people, when they see a ton of advertising out there and see the name over and over and over and everybody talking about it, and it's all over the place because they have the margins to market it where other companies don't. When they see that, everybody has the perceived value or a perception that that must be the best company because everybody's talking about it. But that's not the case. They usually just have more margins, so therefore they can outmarket everyone else. So don't fall for the marketing tricks in the industry very quickly, especially with food. And so I'm going to give you what some of those tricks are so you guys know what they are. Okay, first of all, many of the companies out there in the emergency space are actually started by marketers, not so much manufacturers. They find a little niche and they find out they can make money. They market it more and market it more, and they're really good at marketing. And therefore, they learn how to do manufacturing later, but by the time they start doing manufacturing, they already have the product out there, so they can't make it much different than the first product. Therefore, they're still putting out trash. Plus, they need the margins to be able to keep going, so they can't really make it super quality. Second of all, popularity doesn't mean quality, like I talked about. And third, the best companies are often the best manufacturers, and they're horrible marketers. And you can't find them, okay? Being in the industry, I know who they are because I work with all the different ones and we test out everything, and we don't believe marketing. So we spend a ton of money buying a whole bunch of different products and finding out who's telling the truth and who's lying. That's what we do here. I mean, right over there, if you look at, there's a little cart with a whole bunch of grinders, wheat grinders, that I paid a lot of money for, that I want to test out about 5, 6 of them to find out who's telling the truth. That's the type of stuff we do. Okay, but then we find out who's telling the truth, who's a good company, who's not. Next thing is the next thing is that in the industry, I've done so many presentations on this that I see family after family after family get duped. And it gets me angry. It gets me so upset that money is more important than principle. And so that was actually one of the biggest reasons why I started the Thriveless course. Years ago, I kept seeing family after family, and I said, fine, I'm going to start teaching all the little tricks so that nobody gets fooled anymore. But the cool thing about it is because I'm giving you all the details, I have to live at a higher standard myself. And it keeps me even getting better. So I actually love it. Okay? So with that in mind, let me expose some of these marketing tricks. First of all, freeze-dried meals. Somebody brought that up. How do you know if it's freeze-dried? Because I see ads, like there's what is it called, band.video or something like that. I see ads for a company out there that has an H and an H on both their names, right? And they're talking about freeze-dried meal, 25-year shelf life meals. And I looked at the ingredients and I go, these aren't freeze-dried meals. These are meals with freeze-dried components in them. Okay, it's called a component meal like we talked about earlier. You stick a bunch of components in there, you don't pre-cook it. And while you're doing those components, you have dehydrated, freeze-dried, you have all these different things in there, but there's a couple freeze-dried items in there and they call it a freeze-dried meal. It's a lie. Okay, I fell for this early in my days because I went and found a company that had freeze-dried right on the label, and I found out later on when it went bad that it was all component and it wasn't pre-cooked. So I actually called up this company that I'm talking about, and I called and talked to them. I said, so you got freeze-dried meals? Yep. And I said, okay, so you're saying that your meals were all pre-cooked before you freeze-dried them? And they're like, can I put you on hold? I thought, oh, this is interesting. She goes, I don't know the answer to that question. I said, I do in my mind. I'm like, I already know the answer, but it was interesting that they were claiming freeze-dried meals when it wasn't freeze-dried. Does that make sense? Okay. Has to be pre-cooked. The whole thing has to be pre-cooked, then freeze-dried to be able to call it a freeze-dried meal, not part of it. Does that make anyway, I keep saying, does that make sense? But yeah, you guys understand. Okay. Next one is beautiful packaging and cheap food. Okay. The packaging doesn't tell you how good the food is. The food tells you how good the food is. Next is promote what they sell. So if they only sell pouches, what do you think they're going to say is the best? Yeah. Okay. Whatever they have is what they promote. In our company here, we sell a bunch of different brands. And the rule is, and Mitzi works with us, if we find something better, we have to replace it. Okay? Always make it better. Obviously, we're not going to go to the best where it's going to cost you $1 million for a can. We're going to find that sweet spot where it's really high quality, close to the best, where you can still afford it to some degree, right? Okay. Next one is appeals to emotion. I don't know how many times you guys have seen where they say, talk about a crisis. This crazy thing's about to happen and the economy is going to fall apart. You got to get your food now. And they use the crisis to appeal to emotion. Or they use a Southern drawl, right? I'm a patriot. And have you heard those before? I'm a patriot. I'm a good old boy, right? And they use emotion to be able to get you to buy, and that's just wrong. Next one is servings versus meals. This was early in my days with Food Storage Depot. We climbed to number 3 on the internet. We were selling all over the world, sending to Australia and Europe and everything else. Being number 3 on the internet was a big deal back in 2012, 2013, all that time. And at that time, I had a company calling me that's super popular, a very popular company till today. You can see it in Costco and other places. And they called me and said, hey, can you sell our food? And I said, sure, let me take a look at your food and see if it's any good. And so they had all these servings on there. You get 5 servings a day and everything else. And here's a month kit that you can buy. So I ended up adding up the amount of calories and 5 servings or for 3 servings. I can't remember how many servings, but they touted servings, so many servings. And I added the amount of calories and it came out to less than 600 calories per day. Okay. If you know anything about food, you guys need about 2,000 or more calories per day on average. That's what the FDA says, right? Okay, 2,000 calories. And they're talking about 600. And I said, I can't sell this. And they said, well, it's not meant to be your whole food storage. It's meant to supplement. And I said, no, that's not what your packaging says. It says 1 month's worth of food. And they said, well, if you're really worried about the calories, you can double, triple, or quadruple the amount of food that you eat every day. And I go, but at that point, you're at 4,000 to 6,000 milligrams of salt, and you shouldn't be going over 2,300 milligrams, especially if you're 50 and older and you're going to get sick and die. And I said, that's wrong. Okay, so pick your poison. Either you don't get enough calories and you die, or you get too much sodium and you die. Which one do you want, right? And so those are the type of gimmicks out there, and you just don't fall for it. Don't fall for the servings. You can have 1,000,000 servings in a can, and if you're only getting 10 calories, you get the idea, right? Okay, next one, calorie stuffing. So what they'll do is they'll say, okay, we give you 2,000 calories per day, but then they put in a whole bunch of sugar drinks, whole bunch of pancakes, whole bunch of soups, granolas that go bad, anything they can to be able to put cheap foods in there that have high calories, and they do what's called calorie stuffing. The next one is called truth in servings, and I'm going to explain this one really well so you understand it. If you were to go to the internet, and I don't know if I have any pictures of this, I might in a little bit. Let me see if I can find one. I do. If you were to go to the internet and you look up most of the cans of emergency food out there, you're going to notice that they're half empty. And this is how it works. When I'm filling up a food can, I don't want to print these labels over and over and over. So I'm going to have a printer print off 10,000 of these or 20,000 of these labels. With that in mind, I'm going to get one batch of strawberries. It's going to be really dense. And then the next time I buy another batch of strawberries from the same manufacturer, same person who's growing it, they're going to be less dense. So with the weight right here where it says 9 ounces on ours, for example, it could be 6 ounces or whatever on another one. What's going to happen here is that 6 ounces might fill up right here one day, and the next day it's going to fill up right there with a different batch, and the next time it's going to fill up right there with a different batch. So what they're saying is, let's go ahead and put the ounces, leave it the same, and fill it up to the weight. And then you turn it over and you say, okay, it has, 24 half-cup servings, which this can hold exactly 24 half-cup servings. And you're thinking, wait a minute, it's filled up right there, but it says 24 half-cup servings. Do you see a problem with that? Okay. The FDA doesn't care if you go over this weight. They don't want you going under this weight. So what do? We put a conservative weight, and then we fill up the can to the very top. And the weight's going to be a little bit different. We're small enough we can do that, okay? If we were a multi-billion-dollar company sending out 1,000,000 cans every single day, we have to have the exact weight, or else we have to change the shipping number every single time and weigh them individually. That's what we're doing now. When we're shipping things out to you, we have to weigh everything instead of putting a number inside the system and letting it do it itself. That's tedious. That costs me a lot of money. But I guarantee you guys would rather have filled cans in your basement of precious space than half-filled cans. Am I right? That's exactly it. And so we not only do good quality, good cans and everything else, we give you lots of food. And so you're getting a ton more food, okay? So the next thing is truth in servings, weight versus servings, okay? Next one is FOMO, fear of missing out. And that's a big one. I'll watch companies out there saying, we sold out of our power banks last time in 24 hours or 48 hours, whatever they're going to say. We only have a small amount of them left right now. And if you don't hurry up, you're going to miss out just like everyone else. And these are crucial during an emergency. But if you buy today, we'll throw in a 30-day supply of food and we'll throw in this and we'll throw in that. Have you guys just noticed what I just told you? They broke the law of economics. The law of economics is if you have high demand, low supply, you don't throw anything else in there. You raise the price, okay? But they're breaking the law. That's a gimmick. What they're doing is they're creating the 3 things in marketing. They increase the urgency, increase the value, decrease the risk, right? That's what they do. And if they can increase the urgency, oh, we only have so many left, increase the value, and we'll throw in all these extra things. Do you see a lie there? Total lie. But most people act on emotion at that point. They're thinking, I can get all this extra stuff, and they're going to sell out, right? It's just not true. And then the last one is up to claims. I don't know if you've ever seen up to. Now on my bottles for Purify, I actually have to change the label because it says up to. And that's because my partners did that a while ago. Our water does last 20 years. It doesn't have bacteria. It can last 100 years, okay? But that's something that you got to be careful when you see up to. And what I mean by that is the following. I was at Preparedness. And these days people use the words up to, but then people are getting smart on the up to, so they're using design for, built for. They're trying to change it around. But what they're saying essentially is that we're not sure when our food's going to go bad. So we say up to, right? And I was at PrepperCon, I was speaking on the main stage. I got down and I started walking around talking to all the different vendors, and I got to one, and they had this slogan. It said 25-year shelf life, no worry guarantee, okay? And I'm like, well, cool, let's see what that means. So I go up to the guy and nobody else around so I don't embarrass him. And I say, okay, I notice you have a 25-year shelf life, no worry guarantee. But I'm noticing that you're selling pancake mix here. And we all know that's going to go bad within a couple of years. Okay? So how are you in the world claiming a 25-year no worry guarantee? And he told me this. He said, well, if it goes bad within 25 years, we replace it. And I said, what if you go out of business? What if you sell to another company? What if it does go bad and it's an emergency and you can't get to you? They can't get to you because it's right in the middle of an emergency. He goes, well, I said, so you're saying that you're selling food that you know is going to go bad, knowing that people are going to need it, and you'll replace it if it goes bad if they find out, okay? That's kind of a little stinky to me, all right?
A lot stinky.
Oh, it's way stinky, right? And the funny thing about it is this, okay? I'm showing you this pancake mix right here blowing up. And I've done this presentation so many times to know the following, that out of 10,000 people who buy this pancake mix, and the pancake mix itself inside of here is probably cheaper than the can itself, and they sell it for $15 to $25, right? They're making a gazillion dollars off of this. Guess out of 10,000 people that find out that their pancake mix went bad, how many of them are going to try to get their money back? 0. They're all going to throw it away. You all are shaking your heads because you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a cash cow. You have a question?
Do you know how to tell if a salesman is lying to you?
How's that?
His lips are moving.
Ah! Sorry to any salesman out there.
I was a salesman.
Oh, you were a salesman. Exactly. So anyways, you guys get the idea. I know out here in Utah, we have the church cannery. And if you take a look at it, the church is very conservative in their numbers about shelf lives. And the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints out here. Okay, you guys probably heard of it out here at least. And so when you look at it, look at what their shelf life is for a pancake mix. Do you see that number? 2 years, not 20. 2 years. Okay? So when you see all these people claiming all these crazy years, you got to kind of wonder about that. Now, how can a company legally claim 25 years if it's not true? Can I get some more readers? Is that okay? You want to do it?
No, I don't want to read. They say up to.
They say up to, but the thing about it is that has nothing to do with this still.
Yeah.
That's just for them to massage their hearts and just not get into a bigger lawsuit, right? But who has a good reading voice? Can I use you again? Sure. Awesome. Okay, so this right here, there's 2 regulatory bodies in food and water, USDA and FDA. Let's go ahead and read the USDA first.
Except for infant formula, product dating is not generally required by federal regulations. There is no uniform or universally accepted system used for food dating in the United States.
Isn't that crazy? Let's do FDA as well.
Consumers should be aware that expiration dates are simply rules of thumb. FDA does not require food firms to place expired by, use by, or best before dates on food products. This information is entirely at the discretion of the manufacturer.
Isn't that crazy? When you think about that, okay, when you think about that, I don't have to put an expiration date on my food. Now, I do that because I'm trying to be nice to people and let them know when they should probably rotate it, okay? But what happens is companies will do that because they put it in supermarkets, and if you put 18 months, you have to rotate it by then. Nobody's going to buy it after that. The supermarket throws it away, and then they have to replace it, right? Okay? And so it's a good way of rotating your food on a normal basis. But I could put down 1,000,000 years if I wanted to. I could put 100 years if I want to. It's totally up to me. The only thing they require is that I have to have a lot code on each can or each piece of food. The lot code, it could be Marcello 123. And then tomorrow when I do another batch, 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't matter what it is. It has to be a different lot code so I can do a recall if I need to. But the date doesn't have to be there. Does that make sense? Okay, that's how they can get around it. Now, a lot of people will ask me, and this is the question that comes up every single time I teach this. They say, well, if that's the case, then how do I know if the food's still good or bad? And I don't want to be throwing away all this food. I have food in my house literally about 14 years old that expired like 13 years ago or something like that I'm still using. Now, the liner has gotten thin and some of the tuna fish taste a little metallic. So I give those to cats or something like that, and they're totally safe still. Okay, but I've got big things of pineapple, and pineapple has a low. It's like a very acidic food. It's going to Not you have to worry about botulism with that or anything like that. But I'm still using pineapple from 14 years ago and putting on my pizza and stuff like that. Okay. It ferments really quickly, by the way. I don't drink it or anything, but I'm just telling you, it ferments really quickly. So you have a question. Oh, it's okay. No, it's okay. No, you got it. Awesome. So the way I tell is this. It's really easy. When I open up a can of food, first of all, I look at the can. If it's bulging, it's bad. Okay. If I open it up and goes, psst, that's not a good sign. Okay. If it has a little, psst, maybe it's okay. All right. When I open it up, I look inside and I smell it and I look at it, see if there's any color changes, anything looks weird, anything bubbling, whatever. If it looks bad, throw it out. Okay. If everything looks good, it smells good and everything, I take a little bit and taste it. If I don't get sick within an hour, it's good. Okay? That's what it's like.
That's
If,
what you do with survival plants.
yeah, survival plants too. They taste it and see if it stings or anything else. You got the idea. And then try a little amount and see if you get sick. And so it's the same idea with survival. You got that right. But also you got to remember that if you're not sure or anything, you just cook it past 260 degrees or so, to 55, 60. Just get it up to that heat in an oven or a pressure cooker and you're fine. Does that make sense? Okay, so you can save a lot of food. Anyway, let's get to the next video where we're going to be talking about 4 rules to avoiding food fatigue, and I'll teach you guys a little bit more about what that is. Okay, this is these are going to be smaller ones. We're going to go through these pretty quickly. Are you guys okay? I know it's a long night, and are you guys okay to keep going?
Just go fast.
Okay, I'll just keep going. We're trying to do a whole course on food tonight, so we're just going to keep going. So let's get to the 4 food fatigues. Let's go ahead and get to the 4 rules of avoiding food fatigue. And when I talk about this, I have people literally come into the store and they say, if I were hungry, I would eat anything. And my answer to them is, no, you wouldn't. Okay? I literally had a guy come in and the guy was in his car. He sent his driver in and he said, the driver came in and said, my boss in the car wants 5 years worth of food storage. Can you just give us something? We'll pay for it. And I said, wow, I can make a lot of money off of you in 5 minutes, but I would never do that. Okay. If you're going to do it right, you're going to have to find the foods you love, or else you're going to have a problem with food later on. You're not going to want to eat it. Okay. Have you ever tried to eat pizza for a month? Okay. Have you ever tried to eat, what is it? Canned collard greens for a month? Right. Okay. So the point is there's a thing called food fatigue. And when you stop eating, you have a hormone in you called ghrelin. And that's creates the hunger pains. I went 4 days without eating one time, and right around day 3, my hunger pains started diminishing tremendously. That's when keto or ketones start kicking in, and you start using your own fat as fuel. But your hunger pains diminish tremendously. Now, if that were to happen to a little kid, like one of our coaches is Krista Casey. She was in China, and that happened to her. Okay, she ended up not eating. But the little kids, when they stop eating, that's dangerous. You got picky kids that don't eat normally, right? But when they stop eating, that's really, really dangerous. So there's a few things you got to watch out for when you're trying to prepare your food plans. First of all, is too much sodium. If you have too much sodium, that's really bad. Too little variety, too few nutrients, and also too difficult to prepare. Those are the things. So let's go ahead and start with sodium. First of all, with sodium, you want to keep it under 23 milligrams per day. I'm going to read this off to you right here. If you're 50 years old or older and you're living a sedentary lifestyle, if you have too much sodium in you, you're going to get blocked bowels. How do I know that? Because I was working with the Navy SEALs and they even got blocked bowels. They were buying the food from us saying, we don't want to buy the regular military food that everybody else has to eat because we can't take it anymore. Okay. After a while, their bowels got blocked. Okay. Impaired thinking, hypertension or high blood pressure, heart attacks, potential strokes, dehydration, swelling, other fluid imbalances, and you have to drink more precious water to be able to counterbalance the salt in your body. That's what happens with sodium. Okay. And the next one is you want to have the right variety of foods. Okay. You want foods that you love. Okay. Some meals that you love. Okay, you want variety to not get bored. You want to make sure that you have single items that let you mix and match things. Okay, you want to add spices to the taste. Some people's taste buds can taste salt a million miles per hour or a million miles away, and others can't, right? So you want to be able to add spices along with your food. Next one is going to be pick nutrient-rich foods. When you look at that, I put right here an example of a pregnant woman, okay? Have you ever had cravings as a pregnant woman? Okay? What's interesting is this. Sometimes you go right to junk food, but your body's trying to tell you that it has a nutrient it's missing and it needs that food. And you're craving something to be able to fulfill that need. Does that make sense? So if you have plenty of nutrients, you're going to be able to get everything you need to be able to stay strong, to have energy, to have clarity of mind, and everything else you need during an emergency. Okay? The way you do it is super, super easy. You start with macronutrients, then you go to micronutrients, and then after that you go to anything else that you need as far as staples go. You go to, you know, boy, I'm getting tired a little bit at this point. So what you do is this. You go macronutrients, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. You get to your micronutrients, your vitamins and minerals, and then you have a ton of staples to be able to have all the nutrients that you need to be able to go during an emergency. The next thing is choose easier to prepare foods. This is the story of the lady in China, okay, my friend in China. What happened to them is they ended up going to the street vendors and they found hair and bad stuff and all this crazy stuff in the food, and they started getting disgusted because their level of food cleanliness was different than what China was doing. They couldn't leave China because they were on they were basically appointed to be there, and it would have been a slap in the face to the U.S. government if they left early to the Chinese government. It would have been really bad. So they had to stay there for the sake of their reputation of the organization they were representing. So what happened is this. After a while, they stopped eating as much. And when they stopped eating as much, they didn't get hungry. And when they lost their hunger, they didn't notice how skinny they were getting. And you look in the mirror and you think, man, I'm so skinny, and you're really fat. Or you're really fat and you see the opposite, right? Or you're really skinny and you think you're fat, right? And so you just never can tell, and you use a belt buckle to be able to tell where you're at a lot of times. They got super, super skinny to the point where when they got back to the United States, the husband and wife got off the plane. The father went to pick him up. He ended up looking at his son and turning around and crying because his son looked like he came out of a concentration camp. That's how skinny he had gotten. They were starving to death. Okay, and that happened because of not having easy. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to back up a little bit. It started because they ended up not liking the food. So then they started trying to prepare their own foods. They were so weak that they didn't want to prepare their own foods that were too hard to do to be able to get the nutrients they needed. So they started starving more. And it just got into a really bad cycle at that point. I talked to them recently, and she was saying that decades later, it's been decades, that her son still has eating problems. He was a little child, and he still overeats all the time, probably because of that time. So there's emotional problems that can come from it later as well. So anyway, the point is you want to limit your sodium, you want to double check your list, you want to have variety, lots of nutrients, and simple preparations. Okay, let's get into choosing your long-term food storage in the next video, and I'll see you on that video. Okay, we are getting started with choosing your long-term food storage, and we want to decide exactly the foods that you're going to want to have during a long-term emergency as your backup, right, as your food insurance. To be able to tell you how to do this right, it's super easy. If you want to know how to do it right, look at third world countries. That's it. How do they survive their whole lives? I lived in Brazil for a mission several years ago for about 2 years. You know, we ate for breakfast, lunch, and dinner practically? Beans and rice. Okay? But the funny thing about it is you'd think, okay, after a little while, I'd get sick of pizza in about 2 weeks. But beans and rice, I kept eating it. And I was like, wow, I'm craving it now. And I want it. Even years later, I love beans and rice because they take beans and rice, stick some chicken on it. Beans and rice, stick something else on it. Beans and rice, stick a salad with it. But it was giving me the nutrients I needed, the calories, the proteins, everything else I needed to be able to keep going. And we were walking a ton. Okay, we were spending energy all day like nothing else as missionaries walking all over the place. but that worked. And if you look at third world countries, you'll find out they do a lot of macronutrients like potatoes, macronutrients like beans and rice and all these other things. That's what you start with. Once you got the macronutrients in place, then you go to the micronutrients. Micronutrients are going to be the vitamins and minerals that you get from fruits and vegetables, for example, or electrolytes or anything else you want to do. And then when you get done with those and you have that in your food storage, then you go to pre-made meals, which are your side dish, not your main dish. Does that make sense? They're comfort foods. So you can get your lasagna, you can get your rice and chicken, you can get your beef stroganoff, you can get your chili mac. You can get all these different things, and there's so many different meals you can choose from, okay? A ton of them, okay? Pad thai and so many other things. But that's your side dish. If you make that your main dish in your emergency preparedness, if that's all your preparedness, you will hate yourself when you have to live off of that. Trust me. If everything was taken away from me, and we have about 10 to 12 years worth of food storage in my house, okay, for preparedness for my family, okay. I'm a big I love the 7-year principle that Joseph of Egypt does, right? But we have plenty of food. If I were to give all that away and start over, I would do exactly what I just told you. I would start with macronutrients, micronutrients, then I would go to the pre-made meals, then I would get spices and everything else to make all that food taste amazing. Okay, super easy. So what is a macronutrient? In your workbook, you're going to get a whole bunch of examples of everything that you can use, and use the workbook to be able to find all those foods. But again, it goes to carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, okay? And micronutrients has to do with vegetables, fruits, vitamin and mineral supplements. So I'm going to show you a few right here, okay? Here's the macronutrients. These are grains. Here's the macronutrients. These are beans and potatoes. Macronutrients, meat and milk products, which has protein in it, right? Different proteins. You have micronutrients. You have a whole bunch of fruits, vegetables. Then you have the meals here, okay? Then you also have other things like salt, which I think I have a salt here, okay? This is real salt. It's not the bleached, iodized, where they add the iodine, which could be a good thing, by the way, but this right here isn't bleached. It doesn't become poisonous. It doesn't have the caking agents and everything else. It's real salt. I'm super sensitive to salt. When I do like the bleached salt that everybody buys in the stores, I get canker sores, I feel sluggish and everything like this. I could take a spoonful of this every day and I don't feel it. It has a ton of minerals in it, okay? Real salt. Well, what do? I store up a ton of this for emergencies. Same thing with when you got electrolytes, really healthy electrolytes. That's what you want to add to your storage as well, any type of spices or minerals or anything like that. So with that in mind, let's talk about a little bit more. Actually, let me go, the third one is going to be pre-made meals, and you're going to go to comfort foods. This is where you can get into candies and not dirt. Boy, it's getting late, isn't it? Okay, so the third one is going to be pre-made meals and comfort foods, where we talked about that, where you can use that as your side dishes, and you never want to go over 30% pre-made meals. Okay, go up to about 1/3 is where you want to go. You can do candies and desserts, condiments, spices, a whole bunch of extras, and inside our workbook and inside the course, you're going to find a huge list that you can use to be able to help yourself out. For example, I've got a whole bunch of freeze-dried candies right here. So much sugar in here, it's not going to go bad. You can eat this years later, or hard candies or whatever else. If anybody wants these afterwards, I'll let you guys try a bunch that are pretty fun, okay? So with that in mind, I want you to use the workbook, use the worksheet and other sources to decide which foods you want to store up. Find the foods that you love, and I want you to do that now. Pause the video and let's go ahead and write down the foods that you want for your long-term food storage. Okay. I might go into, can you grab the wheat little sheets for the wheat sheets that show the how you test the wheat? Yeah, I'll do a quick lab report. Do you guys want to know really quickly? I'll just teach you guys how to tell if a wheat's good. I probably should have done that before, but I'll share that with you guys. It's really easy. But I'll grab the lab report and I'll just show you guys. Because wheat.
It's easy if you know it.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're going to talk about how much food you should store up, but one of the thoughts that we had before we started this video is how you can tell if wheat's good, because wheat has about 10 different points. I actually go out and find my own wheat. I don't buy it from vendors. I actually go talk to the farmers themselves and actually ask them what their testing is, because they should be doing testing on it. And then once they give me the testing, I don't trust it. I actually get a gallon, at least a gallon of their wheat, and actually take it to a grain inspection center so that I can test it and find out how good it is. Now there's about 10 different points that you want to test when it comes to wheat, and about 4 of them are important for you. And I'll tell you what those are. Number 1 is the moisture level. When it gets to about 14%, that's kind of where the farmer's like, whoa, it's not going to go rotting on me, and the bugs aren't going to eat it completely. When it gets to 12%, that's ideal. Oh my goodness, that's awesome, because the farmer gets to sell it at a 12% moisture, which means the wetter the better, because they sell it by the pound. When you get down to about 10%, that's ideal for us, not for them, okay, for the farmer, because they're losing money because of the weight. But at that point, at 10%, that is perfect, because at 10%, no bugs can really eat it. That's why it can stay in a silo for the longest time and not be damaged. Okay, it doesn't need oxygen absorbers or anything else. The wheat is really important to have, because if you can make bread during an emergency and learn how to make it, which is super easy with one of our programs, super easy to do, and make 100 different types of bread with one recipe, and we do it all the time, and I'm not a bread maker. If you can learn how to do that, you can supplement your meals over and over with tasty bread. So if you understand how to do that, it's amazing. Now, if you get the moisture level underneath 10%, that's even better for longevity, okay? And if you look at our wheat, for example, I'm super picky. I'm a wheat snob. Right here we have hard white wheat, and we have hard red wheat. And let me find the numbers right here. Okay, the moisture level on the hard red wheat is 6.6%. That's hard to find. Okay, and on the white wheat is 10.6%, which again is hard to find. And it's amazing wheat. Okay, it's well under the 12%, closer to the 10%. Now the next thing you want to look at is you want to look at what's called the bushel weight. Bushel weight is 60 pounds is a bushel. Okay, that's what it is. If you go under 60 pounds, it means that the kernel is not a healthy kernel. It's not going to give you all the nutrients you need. Okay, 60 and above means it's a great wheat. Okay, as far as the bushel weight goes. When we're looking at the bushel weight on these, let me just find it. I don't have my glasses on. So the bushel weight on this one is 60.9 on the hard white wheat and 63.3 on the hard red wheat. Okay, well over 60. The next thing you want to look at is protein levels. Protein levels go from 6 to 8% is great for an amazing pastry, like a high-end pastry. 8 to 10% is great for a fluffy cake. 10 to 12 is great for all-purpose flour, where you can use it for pastries and breads, and 12% and above is used for really hearty breads. Both of these are at about 14%. Okay, and then the last thing you want to look at, the four things, right? The last one is called the falling number. The falling number has to do with sprouting damage. Okay, a lot of people don't even know what it is. I was talking to one of our big wheat vendors who was trying to sell us wheat before I started buying directly from the farmers, because I just didn't like the wheat out there. And he said, I asked him the questions, you know, what's your moisture level? What's your protein level? What's your bushel weight? Things like that. And then I got to, and can you tell me what the falling number is? And he goes, falling number? I've never heard of that. And I said, well, that's the sprouting damage. That's when a kernel is left on the stalk a little bit too long, and somebody wets it down, or it rains one too many times, and it takes off the little coating, and then it starts sprouting. And when it sprouts, it dries back up. And when it dries back up, you can't replant it. Okay, and also it has toxins in it. That's called the sprouting level, or the falling number. And he goes, I've never heard of that. And I said, well, ask your VP of sales to get on, and I'll talk to him about it. He gets on, and he says, I've never heard of it. I said, can you get your mill scientist on the phone with me? And he says, sure. And I get on and I ask him the falling number. He goes, you're the first person to ever ask me that. And I said, yeah, I want to know what it is. Because if you don't have a good falling number, my theory is that that's why some flours go more rancid quicker than others, because they have more moisture and they have a low falling number, which means they have more toxins. So what a lot of companies will do out there is that they'll take a low falling number and a high falling number, mix them together, and all these different wheats from different companies, and get the right falling number. They'll do the same thing with protein, with moisture levels, and with bushel weight. Does that make sense? To get the average. That's the wrong way to do it. We buy from one farmer, one crop. and we don't mix them. We do it right. Now, with the falling number, 100 is junk. You throw it to the pigs. Don't even eat it. Okay? 300 is kind of the safe place where the mills say, okay, no one's going to get sick. We're good at 300. 496 is the best. That means it's a perfect wheat. It's called a seed wheat, which is better than a table wheat. Seed wheat, what that means is that the farmers buy it up because they have to replant it. It has to grow. Table wheat, which you eat at home, is less quality because nobody's going to ever try to replant it. Take a look at the falling numbers. Remember, 496 is the best. Let me get you a microphone. Look at the falling number on both our red wheat and white wheat. What is that number?
496.
What's the number on the other one?
496.
And that it's a perfect wheat. Does that make sense? So that's what those are. So anyways, a little caveat for those of you who wanted to know more about wheat. So let's go ahead and go on with the next video. And that has to do how much long-term food storage to store. Now, during, we talked a little bit about different types of disasters. There's a short-term crisis that's usually 3 days or less. There's a major crisis, which is 3 days to 3 months. You have a long-term crisis, which usually is about 3 months to a year. And then you have a lifestyle change crisis, which is a year or more. When it comes to long-term storage, you're going to want to go from three months and higher. That's what you're planning for. That's one of the reasons why you want your short-term food storage to get up to 3 months, because if you do need to kick into your long-term storage and you can't find anything else, you want to have 3 months on the low end, and you want to go up to 12 months, ideally. Why 12 months? Because that's 4 seasons, okay? It allows you to garden, cultivate, and then plant more food if you need to. It allows you to find out who your true friends are, okay? Because within a year's period of time of a long emergency, you're going to find some crazy people. And 1 year allows you that time, okay? So you don't need to get food from anyone else. You have enough food for yourself. You're going to get the food anyways. You're going to eat it anyways, so you might as well get it and get a lot more of it and beat inflation. It's going to be the cheapest food you'll ever buy if you buy it now and store it away, right? When you do need to use it. The way our country is going with inflation-wise, it might be a year before it pays for itself, right? The way things are going. So let me answer these questions real quick. How many people... So I'm going to have you guys answer these questions really quick. How many people are you preparing for? And remember to treat children as adults. Children grow up and you don't know when you're going to be using the food. So make sure you treat all children as adults. And how long do you want to be prepared for? Is it 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, whatever it is? So what amount of time do you want to get prepared for? Go ahead and stop the video if you need to. Think about this, write it down, and then we'll come back right afterwards and talk a little bit more about it. Awesome. Okay, so before we get to the next section, I want to hear what you guys came up with. How many years do you, or months, do you guys want to be prepared for? What are you shooting for with your budget and everything else? Can I get maybe 1 or 2 answers real quick? Okay.
2 years.
Okay, 2 years. That's
2
awesome.
years.
Now, why do you say 2 years? Because that's awesome. Like a lot of people wouldn't even go that much.
For the lifestyle change, I think things would change and it'll take 2 years.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think it would too. A year goes by very, very quickly. You had your hand up as well.
My ideal would be 1 year, a year plus.
A year plus, right?
I want to be able to have a year for myself and plus to share with my neighbors.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm a softie, so I'd like to have extra food and water just because if somebody comes up that's starving and they're sincere, I want to help them. And, you know, but if they're not sincere, I don't want to help them, right? And that's the idea. Okay, so let's get to the next video and I'll see you on that video. Okay, now we're going to go into calculating your long-term food storage and how to do that right. I want you to follow these guidelines. First of all, don't have a rationing mindset. You're never going to complain that you have more food during a crisis than you actually need. So when people are just trying to get down to the exact calorie that we need, the exact protein level and everything else, it's pretty much the wrong way to do it. Because if you think about it, if the dollar were to go down, the dollar doesn't mean anything. Maybe even silver and gold don't even mean anything. Can't even trade those anymore. Your best trading asset is food and water, especially food. Okay? So if you have extra, that's a really good thing to trade. Does that make sense? So don't have a rationing mindset. Second of all, shoot for 2,400 calories or more. Remember, the FDA recommends 2,000 calories, but shoot for 2,400 calories or more. And then also remember to have about 80 grams of protein or more. Some people need more, some people need less. 80 is a good place to shoot for. And also you want to have 2,300 milligrams or less of sodium so that you don't get sick. And also find a way to store fats. Fats are really hard to store. A lot of people ask me, like, what do you do as far as fats go? And I'll tell you what I do. I do coconut oil. Okay, I still have my olive oil, still have my avocado oil. I use those on a normal basis, but I'll rotate through coconut oil because if you take it out of the plastic jar, because plastic is porous, put it in a glass jar, don't heat it up too much where you ruin the extra virgin side of it, right? But heat it up just enough to the melting point, stick it in a glass jar, fill it up pretty close to the top where it doesn't mess up the seal, put some tin foil around glass if you need to or whatever, put it in a cool dark place. That coconut oil is going to last a long, long time. Plus, just to let you know, it's an amazing deodorant. Okay, a lot of people don't know that. I ended up doing the Ragnar relay with a bunch of friends of mine and family and whatever else. And usually guys stink really bad, women don't stink as bad. But I ended up getting into the car, running my first leg, getting back into the car, okay? And after you run your first leg, you do your 6, 7, 8 miles, you stink really badly after about an hour. And everybody else is gonna stink in the car, so everybody gets used to it. Well, I got in that car and I didn't stink after an hour, and I'm like, wow, I must have showered really well. Well, what happened is this. Before I ran that race, I didn't want to use Vaseline that day because Vaseline I didn't want in my pores. So I took coconut oil and put it on there as an anti-chafing unit, right? Just to let you know it doesn't work, okay? You still chafe. But what happened is I got in the car and I didn't stink, and I ran my second leg, didn't stink, third leg didn't stink. Got home and I said, what did I do different? I didn't stink this time. And I went on and I learned that coconut oil is actually an amazing antibacterial oil. And so if you can take coconut oil, take a good couple spoonfuls of baking soda in there, take a couple essential oils to make it smell good, you put that on there and it lasts for like 48 hours or so. It's an amazing oil and you're not getting all those aluminum, pieces of aluminum and, soaked up into your pores and killing you. Now the other thing I want you to do is make sure you have a good variety of foods that you love. Variety is the spice of life, okay? You want to have variety. So this is how you want to do it. First of all, this is a calories burned exercise. I'm going to encourage everybody on this video to stop the video and do this because you'll find out how many calories you burn. There's a BMR, RMR, and EER. What they have to do is they're metabolic rate calculators where you can find out how many calories you burned if you slept all day, calories you burned if you just rested all day, didn't sleep, and calories you burn if you have a more active day. Most of you in this room right here are going to be close to about 2,000 calories if you slept or rested all day, just to let you know. And you think, well, I don't eat that many calories. You don't know that. You actually do. You use a lot of calories. And so when it comes to emergency food, I tell people try to get at least 2,400 calories in your storage. Okay? The next thing is going to be protein levels. I'm going to give you the calculations here and you can stop the video. Go ahead and use the calculations right here to figure out how much protein you burn every single day. Super easy. So go ahead and use these calculations. And then next, I want you to, let me see, I forgot what this is. Okay, next we're going to find out how to be able to calculate how much food you need and which foods you need. And there's 4 ways to do it. I'm going to give you the 4 ways and you get to decide how you want to do it. You can do the exact calculations, which some people do. They get every single can, count every single calorie, count every single gram of fat, every single gram of protein, everything, and then they put it in this big spreadsheet and they know exactly everything that they need. Okay? The other way to do it is that they can guesstimate how much they would normally eat. The third way is the way I do it, okay, which is really easy to do. And the fourth way is a mixture of all of these. So if you're going to do the calculation, the exact calculations, go ahead and use this formula right in here. You're going to go to each can of food. You're going to find out what the calories, sodium, protein are per serving. Then you're going to take the servings per can, and then you're going to take the servings per can, times it by how many cans you're doing, and you're going to be able to get all the amount of protein, calories, and servings, protein, calories, and sodium per food for your family. Then you're going to add all those total proteins of calories, proteins, sodiums, all that stuff together, and then you're going to divide total protein by the calories. I'm sorry. And then Then let's go back. Okay. Then add all the total proteins. I put it together today. Can you tell? You're going to add all those total proteins or the calories or the sodiums, and you're going to get your total proteins for all the cans together. Then you're going to get finally to the protein, calories, or sodiums, and you're going to divide that by the number of people, divide that by the number of preparation days you're preparing for. So if it's a whole year, you do a whole year's worth of days, or 30 days is going to be a month. And then you're going to figure out what your protein, calories, or sodium is per day per person. That's how you do it. Now, that's a little bit tedious for me, just to let you know. I don't like to do that, but if you want to do that, that's how you do it. Okay? It's also in the workbook, so you can use the calculations, and it'll show you how to do that. The next way you can do it is you can actually figure out how many cans you typically eat. So, for example, if your family loved sweet potatoes, you can take a look at this can right here, and I'll give you the mathematical formula. A can, there's 6 cans in one case. 6 cans in one case is roughly 5 gallons, which is this bucket right here. That's a 5-gallon bucket. So if you were to sit there and say, okay, we love potatoes, my family would eat 3 of those cans per month. Then you can do it that way, and you can do that for every single food. Does that make sense? Just kind of guesstimate how much food your family would eat of each item, and then go and put that in there for 1 month, and then times it by how many months you're trying to prepare for. That's the other way to do it. Now, if you want to use the way I do it, and by the way, you'll notice that if you have 5 cans or 4 cans, you might want to round it up to 6 cans so it can get into a whole case. So it's easier to store things. You don't have to wonder what's inside that case because it's just one item. Got it? Okay, this is the way I like to do it for me personally, because this will give you pretty much the amount of protein, carbohydrates that you need, and you'll have to supplement the fats on your own as far as macronutrients go, and it'll also give you the right amount of micronutrients. This is what I like to do. I like to do 6 cans of grains, which is 1 bucket if it's a 5-gallon, right? 6 cans of grains, 6 cans of grains per person per month. 2 cans of quick cooked beans, 2 cans of potatoes, 2 cans of meat or eggs, 2 cans of dairy, and then 50 plus ounces of fat per month if you can do that. That's a lot to save up, but you might want to rotate that on a normal basis. Does that make sense? If you don't like potatoes or don't like beans or whatever, just supplement more of something else to get the macronutrients here. Does that make sense? Then you get to the micronutrients. You're going to have 4 cans of fruits, 4 cans of vegetables per person per month. And you can see the calculations here. It is, but you think about it, 4 cans of fruits and vegetables are going to give you a lot of the micronutrients you need, the vitamins and minerals. And you tasted that, the apples and the peaches.
I buy the peaches. I love them.
Oh yeah, you'll go through a can of those pretty quickly when you're hungry. Does that make sense? So again, the thing about it is some people eat more than this. Some people eat less than this. This is what I would this is what I would recommend here if you're going to not skimp and just make it so that you have plenty of food. This is what I would recommend. Okay, next one is going to be 4 cans of pre-made meals per month. And you can pick anything you want to. And 1 can right here, let me give you a feel. These are pouches. There's 6 pouches in this. This 6 pouches is equal to about 1 can. Okay, so that's roughly. Okay, and so if you want to do pouches instead of cans, you just figure 6, 1 can. 1 case of this equals 1 can. Does that make sense? To be able to figure that out. And you're going to do 4 of those, and you can pick anything you want to, and you can see a bunch of examples on this slide right here. Then you want to get a variety of desserts that last for a long time, like hard candies. You want to get a variety of spices and extra spices, and you want to get a variety of spices and extra things like salt, sugar, honey, vinegars. Vinegars last indefinitely, pepper, baking soda, a whole bunch of different things that you want to get that you'd like to have on the side. Does that make sense? And that's how you calculate your food storage. It's really easy. You don't have to make it complicated. So go forward, figure it out. Stop the video at this point before you go on to the next video. And we're going to be talking about how and where to store your food on the next video. But figure out what foods you're going to get, how much you're going to get. Do the calculations before you get to the next video. Okay. You guys are stalwart. I'm sorry it's so late, you guys. We're getting pretty close. Are you guys okay to stay a little bit longer? Are you guys? Okay.
Still got to drive home to North Logan.
I got, yeah, anyways. Can you sit right there? Would you mind? Okay. Okay, so now we're going to talk about how and where to store your foods. How to store your foods is really easy. Keep it inside the boxes. Keep it packaged. Don't take it out and put it in the rolling things, you know, those little racks if you're not going to use it anytime soon. The boxes actually help protect the food and the cans from humidity, from some you know, insects, from light and everything else. Second of all, you're going to want to put it inside bins if you're talking about pouches, because pouches again are susceptible to mice and everything else. So put it somehow where in some type of strong bin or something where the mice can't chew through it. Next, you want to group the foods. This makes it so much easier. If you group the foods by shelf life, you can put the longest shelf lives towards the bottom back if you got a huge pile, or you can put fruits together, vegetables together, proteins together. It's going to be really easy to find it if you're getting a whole bunch of food, right? So it's really easy to get to it. Then you're going to want to mark your containers so you know what's in it if you're not sure what's in the box, so you don't have to keep opening it up, or when you should rotate it, at least when the expiration dates are. And that's the best way to be able to do your store your foods. Now, where do you store your foods? First of all, you want it in a cool place without a lot of temperature fluctuations. And you want to keep it under 70 degrees if possible. And if you have a lot of dehydrated foods, obviously don't let it freeze. Next, you want it in a dark place as well. And you want it in a dry place. If there's any location you're putting your foods where it might have a water leak, some type of pipe break, or where it could flood, or where there's a lot of humidity coming from outside, don't put it in those areas. And then finally, you want to make sure it's uncluttered, because if you end up putting a whole bunch of food all over the place, you have to step over it, you're going to hate your food after a while. Make sure you do it so that you actually enjoy it with time. So there are a whole bunch of places you can put your food, and I got people coming to me all the time and they say, well, I don't know where to put it. I don't know where to put it. Let me give you some ideas. One of them is put it in a cool or insulated garage. So my garage has insulation all around it. And if you could put it on the north side of a garage, it actually stays cooler than the south side, right? And if your garage is facing north, that's even better. Next, or storage unit, by the way. Next is going to be the basement, cold storage room, or root cellar, under beds and closets and crawl spaces, hidden rooms. People make hidden rooms for this stuff. And hurricane shelters, bomb shelters. You can create nightstands. You can create coffee tables or other furniture out of your food storage and put a little blanket over it or some type of sheet over it. And there's been a lot of people who've done that, you know, people who have small apartments. There's also guest rooms. This is one of our clients. They didn't know what to do and to put all their supplies for emergencies. So they thought, well, we have all these guest rooms. Why don't we just take one guest room and we'll just have less guests, I guess, or whatever it is. And they put shelves in there and they made it amazing. Now, it was uncomfortable, and sometimes you got to get uncomfortable. But once they did it, they were telling me they loved their emergency preparedness room. So you can do something like that. If you need to double up children in one room, small children, do what it takes to get uncomfortable to be able to get prepared the right way. Sometimes there's just no way around it. You have to use somebody else's house or a storage unit or something else. You just have no way of doing it at your place. Does that make sense? Okay, you got to do what you can do. Don't kick yourself like we talked about for not being able to do things. And if you have to, which you should, be creative. Okay, find ways of storing it in the right places, and sometimes you need to be very, very creative. Okay, we're going to get to the next video, which has to do with long-term food replenishment, and you guys are cruising along. That was a weird stop right there. And you guys are cruising along. Okay, now we're going to get to long-term food replenishment, and you guys are cruising along. I'll see you on that video. Okay. When it comes to long-term food replenishment, there's not too many options, but these are things you should do starting today. First of all, you should grow fruit trees. When people ask me, what should I do first as far as replenishment goes, plant a tree. You know, your fruit trees, your vines are going to take a long time to grow, so get them growing now, because it might be a few years before you actually see the fruits of your labor with those trees. This is an example of some of the fruit trees we had at one of our houses in Draper before we ended up moving. And that's my cute little daughter. But we had a whole bunch of little fruit trees in a little HOA area with a little tiny backyard. But we produced so much fruit, we couldn't eat it all. We had to give it away. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fruit coming off of 3 trees. Here's my kids just this, I think it was about a month ago, taking grapes off of our grapevines, and they're just eating them out in the backyard and doing a little picnic with it. Now, we got literally from just 2 grapevines, we literally got probably, I'd say, close to 3 or 4 5-gallon buckets of grapes. Okay, that's a lot of grapes. I was giving away a ton of them. Like, we couldn't eat them fast enough, so I froze a ton of them, and they're actually in our freezer, and we eat frozen grapes, and they're really delicious. Next is going to be growing a vegetable or herb garden, okay, which if we had more time, I would actually get Missy up here, but that's a whole course in itself. Missy, I might have you do a course sometime. Yeah, and I'll get you maybe to do a bigger course on that sometime, so that'd be awesome. So with that, you can do it in a variety of places. A lot of people say, well, I don't have a place for a garden. And when I was at BYU and we didn't have a place for a garden, we found an empty piece of land, asked them, can we use it? You're not using it. And you can even share the vegetables with whoever is letting you use that piece of land. You could do a community garden. You could do whatever it takes. In our little tiny backyard, we created a garden. Okay, and my kids would help me with it. And I'll tell you, it is so fun when the kids get their hands dirty in the dirt. And they end up loving it, and it's therapeutic. Like, even picking weeds after a while gets therapeutic. The next way to be able to produce your own food is called sprouting. And sprouting is super important to learn. Everybody should do sprouting. You can do sprouting with just regular mason jars with a little lid right here that allows water to just go right through it, and you can empty out the sprouts every single day and let them keep growing just in a regular mason jar. Or if you want to make it really easy, you get sprouting trays where you could put seeds in there, and you can grow alfalfa sprouts and a whole bunch of other things. You water the top tray and it waters all the rest of them for you. And then when they get to a certain size, you take them apart and let them grow a little bit more and put them in the sun, and they'll get green with chlorophyll and everything else. But there's so many fun ones. And we do sprouting at home, and we mix alfalfa and clover, and we find out our best favorite sprouts. You should do the same thing. Buy some sprouts, try it out, gain the confidence that comes from it, and figure out which sprouts you love. Don't wait till an emergency. But this allows you during an emergency to literally have a garden on your table every 5 days, every 3 to 5 days. You have your fresh microgreens, fresh fruit or fresh food every 3 to 5 days with sprouting, and it's so refreshing. So you need to learn how to do sprouting. Next one is going to be, is it going? Wow. Did I just die? I think I didn't. Turn this off, turn this on. Let's try that again. Ah, there it is. And here's some examples of sprouts, different types of sprouts, different categories of sprouts that you can use as a guide. Here's some of the sprouting we did at my house. Years ago, I just wanted to do a whole bunch in bottles. Now I use these trays, and we have different types of trays we like to use. But it was really fun to do, and we just made a whole bunch of sprouts. This was us years ago testing every type of sprout to find out what sprouts we like the most. Now we know what we love. Does that make sense? Okay. And here's some sprouts that were drying and that we put in the fridge. We put a little piece of paper towel underneath it to soak up the water so it didn't go bad as quickly. And this is one of my favorite pictures in the world. My daughter loved the sprouts, and she would just eat them all the time. And I would catch her. I'm like, get away from those sprouts. And she'd be eating them like a cow. I mean, she looks like a cow, but she was having so much fun. It was just so cute. So I had to take that picture and show you guys. Next one is going to be foraging. And that's different than hunting, right? Foraging has to do with finding plants, roots, bark, even insects. Foraging has to do anything with grabbing and collecting, where when you get to hunting, trapping, and fishing, it's very different. These are all courses on their own. So I'm going to give you the categories and you can go deeper, as deep as you want. But these are the different ways where you actually can find your own food. Raising your own food is a different story. That's where you can get pigs and you can get chickens and you can get eggs. You can raise bunnies. You can get cows for milk and cheese and everything else. You can raise your own food. And that is basically what it comes, and that's basically, let me try that again. And when it comes to, I'm tired, boy, let's see. And and during a long-term emergency, you got to understand that food replenishment is very, very important. I made the mistake one time at speaking at a conference that had a lot of hippie-type people in it. And I said, you know, there's only so many dogs and cats you can eat in the neighborhood. I meant it, okay? Because when you get that hungry, you eat dogs and cats, just like Venezuela. But I think I offended half of the people there because they all had dogs and cats that they loved. But the thing about it is, it's so important to learn when you start running out of food, how am I going to get more? How am I going to get the right nutrients? And if you don't practice these things ahead of time or prepare for them, you're going to be in trouble. But when you get that food, you need to know also how are you going to preserve that food. So you can have a ton of food and it's not going to last throughout the winter. So what do you need to do to be able to preserve it? I'm going to show you a few ways that are super, super easy. Number one, you're going to want, and I'm going to show you a bunch of a few ways that are really easy in the next video. Okay, we're talking about long-term food preservation at this point. And the first way to do it is by dehydrating food, like we talked about earlier. You can do that by using the sun, by smoking things. Not smoking them smoking, but smoking it in a smoker yeah, you guys get the idea. I don't think I have to go further on that. You can use low-level heat, or you can use salt, and salt's a good way to do it. In third world countries, like in Brazil, for example, they would leave meat out for a week or more, and they would salt it so it evaporated out the moisture, and you can just literally leave meat out there with salt on it, and it's still good to eat. Another way to, so dehydrating is a really, really good way to do it as well. So dehydrating is a really good way to preserve your foods. But another good way is freeze drying your food. And when you're freeze drying your food, you got to remember that it can go bad very quickly. So you got to know how to package it right when you freeze dry it if you're going to make it last. Now with dehydrated foods, just to let you know, when I get to the end of the season every year, people ask me, do you freeze dry all your fruits and vegetables and all that stuff, or do you dehydrate them? I tell them actually I dehydrate a lot of my fruits because I like the chewy apples and I like the sun-dried tomato type things, so I dehydrated them and I'll just come over here and show you guys a few things. This is my Excalibur right here. I think it has 9 trays. I found square dehydrators are better than round. I can get more stuff on a square one. And I also like ones that don't have digital. I have digital and I have analog. This is an analog. Digital, if it breaks, it breaks. I can't fix it. This one, at least I can turn it and it'll work. And if I need to jimmy rig it, you know, kind of like wiring a car, I could do that as well if I needed to. So I have that right here. And what I'll do is at the end of a summer, I'll take apples and I'll take tomatoes and other things and I'll dry them so that I can eat them for the next 3 or 4 months because I like the chewiness. I love that texture. But if I were to make it last a lot longer, I'm going to put it in a freeze dryer. And I'm going to make it freeze dried so it can last for years if needed. But you have to put it in some type of packaging quickly or else it starts gathering microbes and going soft and everything else. So cans, and you can put in cans and pouches. You can use oxygen absorbers if you have those saved up. You can put them in plastic bags, for example, where you can press out all the oxygen like we talked about, or you can suck it out using a food saver or something like this. This is right here we have this little cap that goes on cans, and you can put this on here and you can suck it out manually and it'll preserve the food because it takes the oxygen out and it just has a strong seal on it. And so you can do things like this, but put it in a dark place so the light doesn't get to it. But there's a lot of ways to be able to preserve. And by the way, while I'm up here, garden seed's super important for gardening, and we didn't mention that earlier. You want to have a bunch of garden seeds stored away as well. So the next thing you can do to be able to preserve your food is by canning or bottling. You put it in bottles. So with canning, they call it canning, but it's actually mason jars like we had up here. That's what canning is right here, okay? You put it in here. There's a whole science to it. The best thing you can do is just buy one of these from us. It's a Ball Blue Book. It tells you how to preserve a whole bunch of different foods the right way without getting sick. This is gold right here for an emergency. You're going to want all the tools that you need to be able to can, including a good canner. Lots of bottles. I recommend you have 100 bottles, literally. Okay, I've got about 100. If you can get about 100, put them away, because if you get a bunch of stuff during a bad winter, during a bad emergency, you'll wish you had more bottles. And get way more lids. You don't need rings. Rings, they're fine. You can reuse them. But get a ton of lids to last for years. So you can replace those lids as many times as you need to with new ones. If you have to reuse lids, it's possible. You can soften them up again, heat them up again, and sometimes use the lids, reuse the lids, but you're taking a chance for it not sealing very well in the future. So get a ton of lids, okay? The next thing you can do is cool your food, and people don't understand that that's a great way to preserve food as well. So you can put it in a root cellar, for example. You can put it in cold rooms. You can put it in coolers, for example. I have a cooler right here I have about 3 or 4 different sizes, small all the way to huge, that I can use during an emergency to be able to cool food, like where it gets cold at nighttime and I put some type of snow in there or whatever. I can use coolers to be able to cool or heat up food, and I'll show you that in a different video. So using cold winters, snow, all that stuff, putting food outside at nighttime when it's cold and bringing it inside when it's warm during the daytime, anything you need to do to be able to preserve that food using coldness. Now, some of you are going to have what's called solar panels and batteries and everything else. So I recommend getting yourself a good chest freezer, okay? And chest freezers are going to use very little energy. They're going to have the cold going down, so every time you open it, you're not losing a ton of energy. Things like that, you got to think, how can we be able to cool things during emergencies, including very primitive ways of doing it, like Zier pots. If you've never heard of a Zier pot, you can actually use the evaporation of water, okay, away from a pot or a wet, damp cloth on top of a bowl or whatever. Anything that's evaporating it out will take the hot air and pull it away from food. And that's what they use in Africa and other places. You can study it. I'll put a couple videos probably underneath this video for you to watch more about Zier pots. Okay, so that is the food preservation section. And now we're going to get into the long-term food preparation section. And you guys are awesome. We're almost done with the food section. You guys are doing so good. So let's get to that next video. And so let's get to that next video, and I'll see you there. Yeah. Whew. We're getting there, you guys. I'm almost done. Okay, ready? Okay, we are back for the long-term food preparation section. And when it comes to long-term food preparation, you need to think ahead of time. What are you going to be cooking? What are you going to be making? Are you going to be grinding wheat? Are you going to be cooking bread? What are you going to be making with your food storage? And if you can understand that, then you go out there and get yourself a manual hand grinder, okay, for wheat and beans and whatever else you're going to use it for. You can get yourself a meat grinder if you're going to be shooting elk or whatever and need to grind the meat. You're going to need all the tools that you're going to need to be able to do the foods that you need. So think that out. Use my workbook. Use the downloads, whatever you need to be able to get some ideas, and then think outside the box of what you, for your family, particularly need. Now, there's only a few ways to be able to prepare food or heat food or cook food during an emergency. One is by using fire. And you can have propane stored up. You can use fireplaces. You can use volcano stoves. You can use Dutch oven cooking. Like, I'll come over here just to show you a couple ideas. Here's a convection or a, I'm going blank on the word. No, it's a stove, but it's using convection. Induction, thank you so much. It's late tonight, right? So here's, for example, an induction where you can put metal pans on there and be able to heat it up without fire, without heat. You can use that. You can use a whole bunch of different things when it comes to fire to be able to cook your food, prepare your food. The next thing you could do is the The next thing you can do is using thermal or retained heat cooking. A lot of people don't know about this. If you can boil something very quickly in a pot, for example, and the tighter the lid, the better, okay? You can get a good tight lid, okay? You can put boiling food in here, boil it up, take it off of any fire source that you need to save energy, and save electricity, and then you can literally let it cook all day long. It's not going to overcook. You can leave it in here, get it up to boiling, and even 20 hours later, sometimes it's still 170 degrees, and it's been cooking all day. And it's awesome, and you can do a lot of different ways. Like we sell these retained heat cookers right here that have pots in them. You can stick in different pots, and it'll cook different meals in the different pots inside here all day long. You can use different. Let me get my little clicker. You can do it in different ways, like this screen up here, where you put it in baskets. You put it in hay. You can put styrofoam around it. One thing I like to do, and if you can come back over here with the video, with the camera, is if you have a pot, and I have bigger coolers, you can literally take a blanket, stick the hot pot inside the blanket, wrap it up, stick it in a cooler, and I love Lifetime coolers, by the way. They're the cheapest, best coolers that I know of. A great value. I would compare these to the Yetis as far as usability and effectiveness, but way, way, way cheaper. And so I have a bunch of these. But what you do is you put that hot pot in there, you seal it up, and you just leave it there. You come back 6 hours, 8 hours, 20 hours later, pull it out piping hot, and you have your dinner. Does that make sense? And that's called retained heat cooking. And it's also called thermal cooking. The next way you want to do it, or can do it, is by doing what's called solar cooking, which I have an example right here, where you can either use a Fresnel lens and focus it onto a pan or pot and cook it with heat, like it's basically a magnifying glass, or you can use some type of solar cooker like this that you can buy, or you can make your own. I mean, you can literally get a hole in the ground, put a tire over it, get a piece of glass or some type of window, seal it with the tire on it, put food inside of it, and it'll cook just perfectly fine, just with a tire and a piece of glass. So the point is, you need to seal the top and allow radiation to go through, light to go through, and you literally can be cooking hot piping food in the middle of -20-degree winter because of the light going through, not so much the cold. Does that make sense? Or the heat? Okay. Now we are almost done with the course, and you guys are going to get to the next video where we're going to talk about practicing your emergency food plans. And when it comes to practicing your emergency food plans, hold on a sec, sorry about that. Just give me just a second. We actually have 2 videos left when we're done, and these 2 are going to take about 2 minutes apiece, I think. Actually, a little bit more on the last one. Okay. Okay, yeah, ADD. So anyways, we're going to get to the next video now, where we're going to talk about practicing your emergency food plans and how important that is. Okay, we are back talking about practicing your food plans. And why would you want to practice? Part of the big reason is to be able to gain confidence before an emergency happens. So I'm going to encourage you to buy a little extra food storage and try living off of it for a week or 2, just to see how you do. Just by doing that alone, you'll find out where the holes are. You'll find out what foods you love, what foods you don't love. Start with short-term food storage, literally. The stuff that you buy every single day. You don't have to spend any extra money. You're going to eat it anyway. And then if you can, get to a little bit of the long-term food storage and test that out as well. The next thing you want to do is grow a garden, plant a fruit tree, gain some confidence in that, okay? You want to learn how to preserve food for the winter, so do a little bit of dehydrating or freeze drying. People ask me, should I get a freeze dryer or should I buy food? And my answer is yes, okay, both. Because you want to be able to get enough food that if an emergency happened today, you're set. But then when you buy yourself a freeze dryer and you're going to do more food for long term, then you can keep making more food. It's tradable food. I mean, it's amazing food. So what I tell you is do both if you can, okay, if you have that ability. But learn how to preserve some food, can some food, dehydrate some food, freeze dry some food, grow some sprouts, okay? Pick some type of new skill every single year and learn it. And that way you can thrive not just survive. That's where thrivalist comes in, okay? And have fun doing this. Don't make it drudgery. Make it so that you, your kids, your parents, whoever, they all love doing this and getting into preparedness because you're making it fun from the get-go. It's something you could be doing every day. It just doesn't have to be just for preparedness, a garden, fruit trees, all these different things. Okay, so we are almost done with the course. We're going to get one more video to conclude the course, and you guys have been cruising along, learning a ton. I hope you guys are learning a lot, and we're going to get to the concluding video and see you there. Okay. We are in the last video. You guys have done so amazing. You hung out. You went through the water section, huge. You went through the food section. These are the biggest sections. These are where you learn so much. And these are so important for you guys to be able to prepare the right way. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you guys, and I want a bunch of you guys to tell me, what did you learn today, okay? What stood out? What are you going to do different, or what are you going to do better of the stuff that you learned? And I'm going to hand this mic around and tell me what stood out today in today's teaching. Who would like to start? Go ahead.
I found that you can have the freeze-dried and the dehydrated, and I'm going to start doing some more dehydration because I've got a ton of freeze-dried, but not a lot in the way of dehydrated stuff.
Awesome. Good deal. Yeah, it's important to do both, right? Now, when the dehydrated, you're going to want to do that for short-term food storage because you're not going to be able to dry it as well as the professionals do, where it's really crunchy. But yeah, you're right. Who else would like to say something? Can you help me with the mic, if you don't mind? What else did you guys learn? What stood out? What was good for you?
With me, I think I need to separate my short and my long term. I've kind of got everything just bundled up like you started out.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to get a little more organized.
Awesome. I love it. Good deal. Okay, who else?
I didn't really learn it, but it was reminded me that I need to store food that I like, that I'll eat.
Yeah.
My husband tells me all the time, if you're hungry, you're going to eat it. And he might.
Yeah.
I won't.
I'm going to go one step further in there. What I tell people to do is come in and try all our foods, or buy a little bit of our foods and try them out at home to find out what you like before you buy all of them. So if you're going to be buying some pre-made meals, for example, buy one pouch of each one. Get your family around a table, okay? Everybody has a piece of paper. Nobody can go, or yeah. They can't do anything to let people know what they think. And everybody has to put a little number by what they liked and what they didn't like, from 0 to 10, for example. And make sure you only take a small bite of each food if you're doing a lot of foods, because you'll fill up and the ones towards the end won't taste as good, okay? But do that ahead of time to find out what your family absolutely loves. Now, what's that going to do to you psychologically during an emergency? Most of the foods that are in buckets that are up to 25-year shelf life, people dread trying to eat them. And when they do eat them, they're horrendously gross, okay? And they don't want to finish them. But if you know what you like and you stored up that food, aren't you excited to eat that food? Like mentally, emotionally, for an emergency, you can't wait to eat that food. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should be feeling. So that was awesome that you brought that up. Let's do a few more people before we end today. Go ahead.
I find that preparedness has changed a great deal since I started doing it 30 years ago.
Oh, totally changed.
And this is great because I have a framework in which to build a good future system.
Absolutely. Good job. And you can go through these videos over and over and over just to get the information until you get it right.
Repetition is a good way to learn.
Repetition is a great way to learn. Okay, let's go maybe two more.
I thought it was interesting that only 30% should be pre-made meals. Because I would have thought I would need more of the pre-made meals.
Yeah, and you understand the concept now. Okay? It changes your whole mentality. You think third world, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, that makes sense. But when you think about all these companies that are putting a package together of pre-made meals, do you want to know why they do that? Because we're lazy. Okay? And they want to make a ton of money. If they have to change every package for every single person, they can't sell a kit that they can make 1 million of those a day. But when you sit there and spend just a couple hours, it doesn't have to take long, couple hours to kind of get a feel for what you want and what you need, because food has to be personalized. It has to be. But the market won't do that because that's not how you make money. It has to be personalized. So if I were to say take the most time on anything, it's food. Because water is easy to figure out, okay? All these other things are easy to figure out, but take the time to do food right, okay? Let's do maybe one more, okay? Anybody else? Something you learned, something you thought was pretty awesome.
I feel more confident in understanding the whole. I think I got the whole picture now from what you've taught us, and it has motivated me to be more confident to go out and buy what I now know is the right stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. You guys, give yourselves a hand. You guys did so amazing today. So thank you for being here.
Survivalists.
Exactly. You guys are definitely survivalists. You guys, thank you everybody online for actually sticking through all this. That was a lot of filming we did in one day. And I appreciate that because it's hard on both sides, believe me. You know, just putting all this together and then speaking all day and not having much rest. But I'll tell you something, I would do it over and over and over every single day because I'm passionate about helping you. Okay, I'm passionate about you guys doing well. And so anything we can do to serve you, please let us know. Okay? And thank you again for being here and for being online with us. Thank you. If anybody wants any more